Dun,
Hello.
dun, 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 dun. There we go. Hi. Hi, Scott. Hi, Danielle.
Randall keeps thinking that he can dance on that new hip of his, and it's just not
It's
happening.
working
Well,
so far.
he's chair dancing there. I think that's kind
Okay.
Oh,
of
yeah.
takes
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, we watch him backstage. I mean,
I
if
know.
anybody
I
thinks
know.
that that's faked and made up,
I
he
tried
really
to
is.
not watch, but
Yeah.
It happens. It happens.
So, what
And
has
just
everybody been up to for the last week, including you in the audience?
just for the record, I am finally back home. Yay. So I
Yay.
am well enough that I can manage to go up and down 11 stairs to get to my subterranean lair, which is where I'm at right now. And I've been doing great. It's actually I'm not using a cane or a walker to walk at all. I'm just basically using feet, like intended. So it's really nice. So yeah, it's I still have some PT to do. Like my PT is showing up at 3 o'clock today, and there's still some muscle stretching that needs to happen because I can't quite get all the way down to tie my shoes yet. So it's a little tricky.
Mm,
But other than that, no, everything just went so smoothly, and I was really supported well by the docs and everything, and so it's been really good.
very
So
cool.
yes, thank you for all your
Get yourself
happy
a pair
thoughts.
of slip-on
Yes.
shoes so you don't push that hip too hard, but just keep stretching a little at a
Yep,
time.
a little at a time. Yep.
And I've been absent for the last several weeks, so I'm happy to be back. It's been a combination of things. It's been deadlines. It's been I was at at my company summit in San Juan, Puerto Rico last week, which was always nice. And on the not so nice thing, I mean, you all that know my bird Dorian, you hear him scream every now and then. He's not been doing well, and so he's been sick, and so he was in the hospital for a week and a half, and that kind of luckily the community's got a great enough team that they don't need me, so I'm able to pay
Oh,
attention to.
we always need you. Come on.
So, but
We
that's
just we just bite our lip while we do without for a little while. Speaking of need,
So how about and I'm so happy to hear about Randall because I've missed a few weeks. So that's awesome to hear that life is going well. I mean, I have to say, you look like you're about the same place. You know, I mean,
Well, there's always Crater Lake and Wizard Island behind me. Yes, but I am definitely sitting in a different chair. I have different surroundings in front of me and behind me, so it's very clear. In the other place, the bed is behind me. In this place, the bed is to my side, so it's clearly very different to me. So,
yeah, but not
oh,
to us. Yeah, you
I
look pretty.
know, I know. That's the masking of this wonderful green screen effect. So it's nice.
So,
You don't want to see
well,
what's right behind me. It's just a bunch of boxes. It's pretty boring.
how about you, Scott? What are you up to?
a number of things. Right now, I am sad that I just got a message from Jessica. She cannot make it. We
Oh,
will have Jessica on here at some point in the future because we will keep nagging her until we do.
Flutteristas for the win.
What's that? Oh,
Flutteristas for the win.
Flutteristas for the win. Yep. Yep. And 1 second.
we should probably do like the intros specifically and the
Yeah,
rules
rules
as
and stuff.
well. We could do
Simon, if
that.
you're listening, check FSG. All right. I guess, yeah, maybe. Rules? What rules? We don't do rules.
Yes.
All right. Be nice, be respectful, be constructive. Come on, be an adult. Don't post anything that's adult. Okay, different type of adult. Rude or offensive, etc., etc. Use your common sense. Don't advertise or promote yourself. We all know you need a job. Don't spam your same question repeatedly. This is the biggest one. Um, what ends up happening is people think we missed their question and they get impatient and they post it again. But every time we see a question, it goes to the bottom of the list because we treat it as a new question, even if it was already on the list. So if you're next and you get impatient and ask, you go to the bottom of the list and you're not next anymore. Don't do that. Harassment of any kind is not tolerated. Come on, incels, misogynists, bigotry, homophobia, blah, 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 all the stupid stuff. You get blocked not just from this chat. We start passing your name around to various Slacks and Discords, and suddenly your logins won't work anywhere. So, oops. So,
have a good time. You left off the last rule. Have a good time.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Of course, have fun. Bad Scott, no donut. I had plenty yesterday. Trust me, it was Fat Tuesday.
Yes.
And we have
You
an
did your
actual
show.
Polish bakery nearby, so we went and got real pushki.
Yeah.
I had 2 of
Go.
them, and as this guy with a cooking show said, that when he tested something that had a whole lot of sugar, he said little Johnny's going to enter his tricycle in the Indy 500. Couple of pushki, you're there. All righty.
Oh.
So who is there? Well, Simon is not here.
Yet.
We'll move
Not yet.
on.
Yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing him. I see him in the comments. All right. I am Scott Stahl. I am one of the Flutter community leaders, one of, I don't know, going back to Alpha, maybe about 20 who were still around. Also co-organizer GDG Cleveland. It's Google Developer Group there. And I write some code under Good Dog Apps, and also under the stairs here and there, I get to imitate Dubby. So got a nice little desk and everything. Who's going next?
Next, I'm Randall Schwartz. I am a Dart and Flutter Google developer expert. I'm hearing echoes of my own voice here. Somebody's earbuds aren't working right. I'm a Dart and Flutter expert. I've been that way for the last 5 years, since the beginning of the program for Dart and Flutter experts in the GDE program. That means that I spend about an hour or 2 or more a day answering questions on Stack Overflow and Reddit and the 2 Slacks and a couple of Discords and all sorts of fun stuff. So I answer lots of questions, lots of places. I'm also a full-time Dart and Flutter developer, so I'm always available for mentoring and stuff like that, being able to help people out. So, and for this show, I am the question magician, which means I am the one watching the live chat. We're live in 3 different places now. It's all scary here for me. Watching the live chat for questions. When I see a question, I mark it, and that's when the question answering panel takes over and answers for those. And that's all I want to say at this moment. Danielle's
You
muted.
muted yourself.
I muted myself in case it was me that was causing issues for Randall.
Yes.
Anyway, I was wondering if I could throw my Prime Twitch membership toward the community. Is that something that's a thing?
Yeah, I mean, what, Twitch membership?
Well, yeah, you subscribe to channels on Twitch a lot of times, and if you have Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you actually get to subscribe to one that's included in your Prime membership.
I have Prime too, and I'm not using that.
I am very confused about what you're talking about here. Twitch and Prime are together in some way?
Yes. Yeah. Amazon Prime. You get a yeah. Anyway,
a premium Twitch account.
Yeah. For like one, and you have to renew it every month. It's like, yeah, I'll look up a link and I'll share the link. Anyway, hi everybody. I'm Danielle. I've been missing a few weeks, so if you don't know who I am, would probably make sense. Yeah, memories are short sometimes. Anyway, I'm one of the organizers of the Flutteristas, which is an organization that's dedicated to Flutter enthusiasts who happen to be female identified or non-binary. And if you qualify for that, reach out to me. We've got a way to automatically kind of apply on the website, but if you just do that, we're behind because we're a bunch of volunteers. So definitely hit me up, and I'll make sure I move you to the front of the list to get in the group. We have 1 or 2 times a month we have meetings together, and we'll have people that come in and talk to us, and sometimes we present ourselves. And we've got what we hope to be an annual conference that we do, and it's put on by us, supported greatly, by the way, by the Flutter community. Anyway, that's the Flutteristas. That's what I'm probably most proud of, being on here. But I'm also the Flutter lead for a company called Arly, and we are helping people, refinance and staying with their servicers, people that know you, and so you can do it easier, and things like that. So that's where I'm at, and I'm working primarily in. It's kind of a weird place. I'm working primarily in Flutter Web, but it's an app. So it just the
As
only
long
reason
as it's
Flutter
not a
Web is
site.
because, well, and we could talk about that at some point. But more importantly, it's an app, and the only reason it's on the web is just because people don't like to install apps if they're only going to run something once or twice, and I don't blame them. So that's why we are there, and that's who I am. So, and I'm glad to be back. Hopefully, this will be back on the regular basis now. The reasons that were keeping me up before are mostly gone. So,
Very cool. Very cool. One other thing here. Sorry, I have my camera in the middle of the screen, so I'm like looking around, trying to find all the right buttons, like this one.
Yeah.
All right. The Flutter Global Gamers Challenge is going on. Yes, it does say January. That's when it started. Yes. I have had my head down on something else, and I do not know when the deadline is. Anybody?
I don't know.
So this is what happens. We used to do these things all the time, but then we got employed. It's kind of funny. Basically, we were all over the community for several years before Flutter got big, and we were trying to help Flutter get big. And then Flutter got big, and we all got jobs, and the community says, "Where did you go to make money to pay the rent?"
Yep.
That's where we went.
Here it is. You can submit games to this challenge from January 9th through March 5th, and winners will be announced early in May. So there's our
very cool.
There was that URL that's at the bottom of this screen. I figured I'd go visit it. It worked.
All righty. So yeah, another thing too is if you try to post a link in the chat, it will not even show your message. It's not that it won't show the link, it won't show the message at all. So if you post a question with a link in it, we don't know it exists.
Right.
So,
and that's happened before. We got towards the end of the show and they said, "How come you didn't do my question?" When I have to ask people, "Did you put a link in it?" Then we can't see that. What you can do though,
know ahead of time.
If you have code to show off that you want us to look at, you can go to make a gist. So you go to gist.github.com and create a gist, and then just take that hex string or base 64 string, I forget which it is,
the number,
the letters and digits and stuff at the end of it. You can paste just that part, and we can reverse engineer it back to make a URL out of it.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the way to get code to us. We don't like just staring at code though, really, in general. It's kind of,
and we can only do a limited amount there.
Yep.
We have been trying to start doing some coding after somewhere between an hour and 90 minutes, which means we end up cutting the questions off a bit. In reality, it takes us about 5 minutes a question. We already have 7 questions, and it is 1/4 after the hour. So we have enough time for at least about 6 more,
at least.
Maybe even a few more than that. But get your questions in. We will be cutting them off probably within about another 15, 20 minutes because they will fill up. All right.
We'll see as they come in. Yes.
Yep.
And I posted a link. If you scroll down the page a little bit, it'll tell you how to use your Prime membership to subscribe to one Twitch channel every month.
Cool.
So, and it does not automatically renew. So you have to, if you want to do that, and I presume we would appreciate that. If you want to do that, then you have to go do it every month. You have to go back and tell it again.
Very cool. I am reading a bunch of questions right now.
All right.
One about clipping the application window on desktop. We're going to hold for Simon. Michael, Marco Napoli, I think we're going to hold yours as well. Okay. We'd like to enforce separation of layers by linting the imports. Import lints looks pretty good, but it works as an analyzer plugin, which means I couldn't also use a custom lint for RiverPod lints. I'm not seeing a question here, but I think we can infer one. I'm thinking you're asking, is there a different way to enforce a separation of layers that won't mess with custom lints?
Did I hear my name?
Yes, you did.
You have.
Do you
I'm
agree
sure.
on what this question might be?
Hang on, let me read it.
Let's see if we can get a follow-up
By
here.
linting the imports.
Yeah, apparently
Import lints must be a package.
Yeah.
Import _ lints, I'm assuming is a package. I've never used it. Let's go take a look.
I can't see it.
Nope. Import lints. I don't know. Looks pretty good. It works as an analyzer plugin. There must be something. Hang on. Maybe it's spelled slightly different.
Austin?
Import
Any
_ lint. Import _ lint.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So basically, let me bring up the packet. Let me see if I can share this on the screen.
And also, Frey's got something. I think I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Frey. Made an import linter called Subpackage Lint.
Well, this is the one that I think the questioner was just speaking about.
Actually,
Looks like it.
Import lint.
make it easier to see.
Yeah, defines rules for restrict imports and perform static analysis. This is inspired by ESLint. So basically, you can configure your import lint rules in your analysis options. Pardon me. Target, from, accept. Okay. And then you can basically get rules saying that you shouldn't be importing. This is really cool, actually. I've seen several bugs, in fact, recently that would have been solved by just having this lint turned on. So if you want to, definitely if you want to impose separation of concerns, that's definitely something that would be good. What was even the question?
I think there's some conflict between that and custom.
That's not the question.
It's not. The
No,
question.
it's not. There we go,
Somewhere.
Austin.
Yes.
We'd like to separate by enforcing lint. It looks pretty good. It works by analyzer plugin, which means you could also use custom lint for RiverPod lints. Yeah, okay. It's not a question, but sounds great. Do it.
Well, he's saying it means he couldn't also use.
Apparently, something breaks when you do both.
Cannot. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Don't worry,
Oh,
Austin. The next time I see him, I'll smack him.
That's a question for
Sorry,
Remy.
I didn't. Yeah.
Remy wrote custom.
But I mean,
I think he's trying to ask, is there a way you can do that while still being able to use those custom?
it should work. There should be no reason why it shouldn't work. So I assume that they're conflicting.
There's my
with each other
favorite word again.
The analyzer probably doesn't
because
like
they're
it at once. I'm guessing. Compatibility issues.
something like that. I mean,
Yep.
again, without your specific use case, I couldn't give you more information really. I would, however, raise that as a issue in RiverPod lints in the repo, because Remy would
Or
fix
go
that.
to the RiverPod Discord, and Remy,
Yeah,
you can
email.
probably answer that directly. You can
Yeah.
say, "Oh, that's
But
what you have to do. These two things to work together."
Yeah.
He's pretty good at that.
What was the other package that was? Someone said it was sub package lints or something.
Yeah, Freyd mentioned a subpackage _ lint. And if you look at it, I'm thinking he's trying to say that it's not necessarily fully featured. It's like a
No, but I'm just thinking that might be compatible for the original questioner as a replacement.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's
Right.
either that or a start.
Okay. And we do need to, I guess, have a reminder real quick that put a Q in front of your questions if you're asking a question.
Yeah.
And I see one. I see one, Randall. What is the rule
Yeah.
if someone messes up and they do it? Are they supposed to repost it with a Q, or can we?
Well,
call it
yes, and
list?
only because we're basically looking at yours, and the reason is a lot of times people in chat talk to each other and bounce questions off each other. So if we don't see a Q, we think you're talking to each other.
And we don't even really look. I just happened to look because I was looking back to to
Yeah.
see phrase answer.
Yeah,
I catch
I
them
saw it and I
sometimes.
was trying to figure out if they were talking to somebody else in chat.
So
I catch them sometimes. If I see a question that doesn't marked, I sometimes will ask, is this a question for us? If so, please
Yeah.
repost it. So I'm pretty good at noticing those, but I do get distracted occasionally when people ask
Right.
questions and I want to go help look
So-
up the answer. So
So you're good this time, Nirup, but next time make sure you put a Q in front of your question to make sure
Yep.
that we pronounce it.
yep.
Sorry to interrupt on that. We can go back to the first question.
Alrighty.
Back to the ones we were saving for Simon since he's
Yeah,
doing it.
since we were
Yes.
trying to answer the ones we can answer without Simon.
Yep.
Okay, so this next one, I think what they're talking about, if anybody plays Guild Wars 2, the splash screen
Mhm.
has transparency in a lot of places and no border. So it's
Yeah,
probably what they're looking at.
we could. Well, there's ways of doing that. I mean, like, so the Win32 package on Pub might or might not import the APIs. Let's take a quick look.
Sorry.
I'm going to have to drag my mind through the wreckage here. Set window region and set window layer attribute are the two APIs. Why I just remembered that, I do not know. That has been years since I've used those.
Wow.
So let's just have a look, shall we? Let's see if they're in the.
Simon was a Windows developer. He was an Android developer. He was an Amiga developer.
So
he was a Trash 80 developer, I think.
Set window region. So this API is the one for changing the shape of a window, but it can only be done with within a what's called a region. So see this HRGN. That's called a region. You can actually what's the word? You can build. You can do create region. Oh, he says. See, again, it's not all the APIs are actually. I believe it's create region. Well, let's have a look. Region. Region size, lock region, unlock region, region X, point in region. It doesn't look like all of the region functionality has been imported in, but this is, I'm pretty sure it's not RGN. I think RGN, oh, look, I just lied. Validate region, update region, window region. So create elliptic region.
Yeah. Bubbles.
So here's a good example, right? So you can call this create elliptic region with the bounding box of 0, 0, and whatever the width and height of your window is. It returns, the return value here is a H region, a handle to a region. And then you would supply that to, is this parameter to set window region with your window handle from your desktop app. And then it would just clip to that. It would get like this clipped oval shape to your window. You can actually make custom regions from paths. There is ways of doing that. I just cannot for the life of me remember what the API is. But yeah, you can go look up the APIs on the Windows SDK. I mean, that's what they're there for. The other one, set layered window attributes, is the other one. This allows you to control the opacity and transparency of your windows. So you can specify the alpha level overall. You also need to make sure that your window has the WSEX layered attribute set on it, which means that it can then apply the layered features. This attribute is applied in set window. Well, it's class. You can change in your main. I think in your main.cpp file in the Windows subfolder of your project. Just apply that attribute along with the other ones. So you'll see other ones in there. WSEX. There's a few of them, but it's set up when you build the class. So inside cards, going to run me back. Yeah. So when you there's an API that allows you to build like a class of window. Register class EX is the API, and you pass it this structure. Oh no, I lie. It's create window. So yeah, if you look for the create window call, there's create window EX, and then the parameter that you're looking for is the extra style. This one here. That parameter should contain that WSEX layered. But again, all of this is in the API docs for Windows. So if you just go look up set layered window attributes on the Microsoft MSDN. God, that takes me back again. Hang on. Here you go. Let's open this up. Here's the official docs. And it tells you down here to handle a layer window. There you are. You need to create window with this parameter as well, or set it via set window long after window's been created. So you can also do that from Dart code. And Windows 8 is only supporting top level windows. Oh, it apparently supported child windows from Windows 8 onwards. I didn't know that. That's interesting. There you go. And then, yeah, so you can set a color reference. This is basically like green screen. It's like keying. You specify which color of the window should be transparent, and it'll make it transparent. Other than that, you can also specify the alpha value for a blend function, and that will then be like an overall alpha value. You can do per pixel alpha, but it's not done with these two parameters. That's a separate. There's a separate parameter for that. But anyway, this last parameter needs to be one of these two, depending on which features you want. I think we can actually use both of them at the same time as well, which is strange. But and if you want to change the attributes once it's running, use update layered window. Oh look, there's the guide. Windows in here. Using layered windows. There you go. Not much help, but maybe it's something. I'll pop that in the chat for anyone that's interested.
Now
Remember, folks,
that's talking about Windows. I'm sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
I was going to say, that's talking about Windows. Do we know, is there similar type stuff for Mac?
Probably. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. So the answer is we don't know. Probably, yeah.
I mean, let's just Google it. Mac, was it set layered window attributes and see what comes up. How can I make a window transparent?
I want you to remember one thing, okay? Simon says he's got a bad memory and can't remember where he put his keys, but he can pull APIs off the top of his head, even though he hasn't used them in almost 2 decades.
Yep. I was noticing that as well.
Selective memory, mate. The selective memory is just what happens.
Yes.
Oh, apparently, yes.
As long as you don't forget your anniversary.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So apparently.
Perfect. Good.
So this is what they did in Windows, and apparently in OS X, set window transparency. So you can set like overall transparency to the window, and then apparently, what else? Various things, various different languages, and then in X11 for Linux, you can also do a similar thing. X change property. I mean, to be honest, like it's great and all. The per pixel stuff is also quite interesting. Hang on a minute. Let me just check this.
You know, it would be fun to make your game that we enter in, if it's running on desktop, do the shape of a dash or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know what? That's an interesting thing. I can see a lot of people now, especially as they start watching on demand. They'll go running around trying to make a Flutter app for Windows or for Mac that has strange shapes on the desktop.
Absolutely.
Could be pretty cool. I mean, those kind of apps make people, I don't know, think the app is cool.
Yeah.
So it looks like, I'm going to pop this in the chat. I mean, I just literally Googled this. I've never seen this before in my life. But let me see if I can bring this up on stream. Yeah, so someone's blog. I don't know if that's an advert or if that's that title of the blog or something, but zoom this in. Why did it take up so much space? Hang on. Let's do the obvious thing that everyone should do.
It's a superior masthead. It's a masthead. You want the masthead.
Oh my god, really? You've put a pop banner?
Edit it.
What else have we got in here? Hang on. Oh no. I've got to do this because this is wooden duck. Goodbye. Zeros. Goodbye. There we go. That's more space.
Yeah.
That's another thing you just don't miss out on now. A lot of websites do print layouts. Do you remember the original websites? You do print layout. When you press print, it would it would remove the headers and the footer and all the garbage. They don't do that anymore.
Print the content.
Yeah, so per pixel alpha blending according to this. So okay. So
By the way, if anybody doesn't know, I'm sorry, this is my boss. And about this time of day, the dog has to go out.
Have fun with that. Yeah. So basically, I think the key here is background. No, see, this is black. This is the standard black brush. Interesting. So anyway, this would probably be fine. But yeah, here you can see they're saying set it to layered when you create the window, and then try the per pixel method. Paint 00. Interesting. Yeah. So this is not the way to do this. This is not the way to do this. Don't ever do this. This is bad advice.
Oh no!
What is this doing?
What is it trying to do?
Okay, so let me explain what I'm reading here and why this is not the way to do this. So they're getting a handle to the screen. You don't ever want to do this on practical senses. This is basically saying, get me a reference to the entire screen as almost as a bitmap, if you will.
Oh.
Then they're creating a back buffer from that, a bitmap, selecting it in, and then they're copying the bits, the bit behind your window into their window, and then they're painting their stuff on top so it looks transparent. But it's not composed by the operating system as transparent. So yeah, don't do this. Don't do that. Oops.
Oh man, no.
Don't do that. That's bad advice. Don't do that. He's doing something else that, I mean, again, like,
that's ChatGPT level of advice. That's really that bad.
I can't see this being correct, but then I'm looking at it going, I think that's what he's doing.
We should hand this to Gemini and see if it can do any better.
So it looks like you can update the blend function. Hang on, let's have a quick look here. Was it update layered window, wasn't it? Oh yeah, do you want to go see what Gemini can do? Why not? I'm kind of curious, and then we should move on to the next question. This is not really a Flutter question, but
Gemini has gotten better as of lately. There's definitely some good stuff showing up in there now. I'm using it more and more often for things. So
I do have to wave the flag. We told everybody 5 minutes a question, not 25 minutes a question.
No, I disagree.
Right. Okay, let's move on.
I disagree. Hang on. So
this could be fun to play with. Maybe
okay. So here you go. Here, I found it. I found the thing that people need to know. All right. So let me bring this up on screen. That was good. I'm just going to show you the point. You're at the right place in the documentation. Then people can take it from here. So once you've created your window, you can, and as layered, you can do update layered window. And then with this, you can specify the blend function. This is how it overall applies these two the parameters of like color. And he actually says here, where is it? If you cannot specify these, and it will be per pixel alpha. If I go into blend function, when it applies the specific blend operation, specifies the alpha transparency. This is if you want to overall alpha. Here, you can specify this flag, a flag when the bitmap has an alpha channel that is per pixel alpha. You set this, and it will receive, and it will get the alpha from the source, from the actual bitmap itself. And then when you set the pixels of your app, this should then take the alpha channel into consideration. That's all you need to do.
Now so how does that relate to Flutter though? Do we need to be using FFI?
No. Oh, you need to. You use the Win32 package, which uses FFI to call this function, to call the update layer window function. But then once it's been called,
so you're just digging into how it works under the hood.
Well, no, I mean you have to do this in your Flutter app, right? So I'm just saying the Win32, you would import the Win32 package, call update layered window with the right parameters, and then when Flutter paints the window, it paints it with an alpha channel, and then that would be then picked up by Windows as the alpha channel for the window. So then you can have parts of your window be semi-transparent, parts be fully opaque. It also means that it's really nice if you have a shaped window, because then you can have anti-aliased edges and things like that. Whereas create region stuff at the beginning will hard clip the edges. Anyway.
My connection.
Maybe we can give it a go, some live coding.
So, just so you know.
Sorry?
My connection is going in and out, just so you all know.
Seems fine from our side.
Yeah. And isn't that what it's supposed to do? Data goes in and out.
Anyway.
Pretty sure that's what I/O is all about.
So, yeah. Anyway, next question, I guess. If someone reminds me at the end, maybe we try some live coding, like try and make some funny shaped windows, and and see what happens. Might be fun.
Also, I see some talk about ChatGPT and all that. I've had actually good luck with it, but there are a couple things you have to do. It's a conversant model, so converse back and forth, make it refine what it's talking about. And about every fifth message, remind it that it needs to use best coding practices. That seems to change everything.
I asked it to do something in isolates the other day, because I want to see if it could do it. It started inventing functions that were not even there, right? Like the thing here is you have to understand when it explains the answer, it will be authoritative. It will say, this is the way you do this. These are the facts. Yeah. And you are listening to a computer's imagination. That's, you've got to remember that.
It's called a hallucination in LLMs. You have to remember what you're dealing with is a predictive model that looks at the probability of what the next word is going to be. And the way it determines that is by examining all the information that it has been fed for training. This is why models with higher numbers of billions of parameters are better. Now, I run some on my home machine up to about 30 billion parameters. Well, yeah, I know, but you get into quants and all that. But the thing is that trying to compare what you can do at home with these, like I do, compared to like ChatGPT or Gemini, you're talking about, I can do 30 billion. I think ChatGPT is somewhere around 30 trillion. Is something obscene. And Gemini uses a whole different approach. So for them, I believe 10 billion was competing against a 54 billion of the regular way of Llama 2. Anyway,
so
before I fall down that hole.
Sorry, briefly on the parameters thing. You're talking about parameters of a general model. Yes, larger is better in terms of more parameters. But if you have a more specialized model, less number of parameters can also be better in terms of if you're trying to do like just a model for predictive coding, a 7 billion parameter predictive model for coding can be way better than a general model that's 30 billion, because it's going to be trained on more specific data. That's what you have to understand about that.
And people talk about doing that, but the problem with that, I see it in Discord for Cobalt CPP, and the short version is that to do actual training, those guys get grants from universities and from the government, because it's somewhere around, I believe, $25,000 US to train a model. I mean, this is not something that private individuals go running around doing. Anyhow, yes. What ASO tools or techniques do you use to improve discoverability for the Apple and Google App Store?
None. I've never done it. I'm assuming it means ASO as in like App Store optimization, as in like SEO. Like you might have search engine optimization on web. And the answer is I've never done it. I think the point here is Marco, is like, if you've got a generalized app that is one of many, then I wouldn't rely. I've never relied on the App Store to advertise or to find people. Like, describe what your app does, have great pictures, look at the App Store listing. If you think the App Store and you can just compare the App Store listing to other apps similar and see if your listing is better than theirs in some fashion, right? And just do your own benchmarking on that. I wouldn't say most apps, most app installs don't come from discoverability on the Play Store, right? When it comes to Android, at least. I don't know about iOS, but they're either going specifically because they know the application's name and they're going for it. It's like going and going, oh, LinkedIn, and then they get the LinkedIn app, right? That's a lot of the way that these products. Not many people. I mean, put it this way, Marco. When did you last go to the App Store and just browse it, looking for an app that does a certain thing? I mean, you might do, but for the most part, is you might take personal recommendation and direct, specific brands and so on over and above those, right? So if you've got your own personal app that you're trying to push, you might be looking to get the best App Store listing possible, but so that
the only two ways I have ever downloaded apps
organic growth
are either very, very rarely from an ad that I see in another app if it really looks good, or the other way is websites. Because, and a perfect example is I'm looking at possibly getting my pilot certificate for a private pilot. There are 4 or 5 really good apps that help pilots out there. So I'm on websites reviewing them. And when I download an app, it's going to be because that's where I made my decision.
So I'd say another point to mention is that's another thing. So let's say I'll take Scott's thing about like flying or whatever, pilots. Let's say the app is about how to apply. It walks you through the process of applying for a pilot's license or some shit. Pardon me. But the point here is you've got some app. Now you would go to all the forums where people talk about flying and everything else, and go say, "Oh, I made this awesome app. Would you try it out?" And you're doing your own advertising that way, right? You're going to directed advertising to the people that actually want to use your product, rather than actually going, hopefully someone finds my app on the Play Store, right? Because the likelihood of that happening is like winning the lottery.
I've got one little piece of bad news for you, Marco, and that is that everyone I have ever heard of that ran their own app on the App Store and was able to pay the bills spent a little bit over 50% of their time on marketing, not on coding.
Makes sense.
So
yeah,
you've got to pound the pavement, as we say.
Organic growth and like you doing your own marketing, like going to these forums. Marketing is just a generalized term for all this kind of stuff, right? But going to the various places and pushing it, that's probably the best way to get people to download and start discovering your app. For sure.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Also means you get directed feedback, right? If you're posting on forums and things.
Yeah. So. That's true. People can check it out and tell you what's going on, and
like it didn't work for me, or
yep.
I couldn't see the button.
It sucks. It doesn't work, and they don't tell you why.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's why feedback forms have a mandatory notes section. Alrighty. Is there a generally accepted best way to get a quick prototype out, UI template or open source projects? Flutter Flow is pretty good, but it depends on how much backend you're going to need to make it work.
Well, if it's a prototype.
And also once you export Flutter Flow, you can't put the file back in. Yeah. You are manual from there on.
Mm-hmm.
At least at this moment in time.
Right.
They did just get 25 million US in a grant or in some or VC funding. So look for Flutter Flow to really become a lot better really fast.
If you're just trying, again, Stephen, it depends on what level of prototype you're talking about.
Yeah.
If you're just talking about what a real prototype is, which is throw something together and chuck it away, then yeah, Flutter Flow might be the quickest thing because you just point and click. However, if you're already experienced with Flutter, just build it in material widgets. Just throw it together as quick as possible, as hacky as possible. Don't worry about like best coding practices or anything. And what you've got is a prototype, and that you would have got, and you probably would have got there quicker and been able to tweak it the exact ways you want. Like, it's a bit like, I'll give an example. Let's say you wanted to do some video editing, and you go, okay, I want to take this video, I want to pre-append a opening, I want to append a sort of a closing, and I want to put an overlay of a title on the screen somewhere for the entirety of the video. You could go do that and learn to do that in DaVinci or Premiere Pro or one of these tools and figure out all the way that their workflow works and all the buttons in their various places. Or what you can do as a developer is go, oh, I'm going to go get FFmpeg, read the manual, go, oh, I just go 3 files on the input and it concats them together, and I'm going to press this filter which puts the overlay text on there, and I'm done, right? And so there's that kind of macro approach of doing it yourself, whereas, and that's what I mean about like writing in Flutter yourself versus using a sort of a point and click. There's a way. There's definitely a different way of approaching it. And if you're already working with Flutter and using Flutter, then that might be quicker than learning a new UI sort of suite thing.
I pasted in the chat the itsallwidgets.com, which is another good source for complete apps built up that are open source, easy access to those. There's also what's it called? Flutter Awesome. What's the name of that website that has like bits and pieces that are reusable?
There are two. There's the original one by Robbie, and then there's kind of a knockoff that somebody from India did. Awesome Flutter or something, I think, is Robbie's.
Yeah, okay. It's All Widgets is from Hillel, who's a fellow GDE. So, and he had a podcast for a while that I got interviewed on a couple times.
So he was also on my episode.
Is that Robbie's?
I was going to say he was also the other one.
No, this is Robbie's package. You can't see one. There is there.
Yeah, that's him.
There was the website that also had.
Yeah. What you're talking about is Awesome Flutter, which is something that someone else brought along. Which Flutter Awesome. I think. Hang on, is this the one?
I know somebody else put together a GitHub repo that might be the same people. They're not necessarily trying to copy Robbie. They're just, Flutter Awesome is a very common, easy name. We had a collision with Flutter community one time years ago with a community in India. They had no idea we existed. They weren't trying to copy us. But, yep. Alrighty. So you hear the dog being released there.
I look at these websites and there's zero information about who owns it, who runs it, anything about it, and I just don't trust it.
Me either.
It doesn't matter what email address you put in there, what it's like and the email address. Oh, sorry, I just found the email address, but it's like some random name at gmail.com. I mean, zero trust, and it's not giving me enough information to build trust. That's the other thing, right? All right, what's next?
And we should probably start cutting off the questions now if we're going to get it done in the next hour or so. So we'll keep questions over for 5 more minutes. Get them in right away, and then we'll cut them off.
Last call.
All right. Somebody's wanting to use an ML model in Flutter. Okay. Connecting Flutter to an ML model, because I think there's only one model small enough to run on a phone. No. There are 3. TensorFlow Lite Flutter, and Firebase ML. Which one should I use per your experience?
I've used all 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I can give you my feedback on it. And that is Firebase ML is your easiest go-to solution. However, it's also has the largest impact on your application size and distribution. So it's point and click, but then because it's point and click, you're getting a lot more wrapped up into your application than you probably need to. TensorFlow Lite, I'm trying to remember what the difference between those 2 packages is, but TensorFlow Lite is the model that's used on mobile. That is your sort of best option. I suspect that out of the 2 packages, so TF Lite_Flutter is by TensorFlow.org. So that would be
which I don't think is to be confused. That's not a Google org though, right?
I'm just going to say maybe.
Hmm.
It actually looks like the official TensorFlow website.
Okay.
It has links to community stuff, but it looks like it's. But I don't know. So don't quote me on that one. I would have thought it would link to. Yeah,
Well, a
policies to
direct
Google.
package
No.
for
The
Flutter
privacy.
sounds like something.
The privacy policy is Google's privacy policy in the terms of Google's terms and everything. So, yeah, and all the socials linked to the proper TensorFlow Lite stuff. So, anyway, oh, I thought I was sharing this. Hang on, you go back. I'm loading. Let's bring this up.
It's nice to see that Simon's human too.
Sorry.
Well,
me human. Now I'm a robot. Me. Right. So it looks like there's a TF Lite Flutter update 2 months ago. TensorFlowLite.org. It looks really nice to me. It's been a while since I've used this actually. I think this is just basically a wrapper on the TF Lite stuff. So this is using FFI directly. That's quite nice. But this does require Flutter, so it's going to be running this in a Dart app. But update quite recently, in all things considered. I do wonder how they're applying FFI. So we're going to get native helper. Is not null cast. Okay, that's just a helper. Use FFI to bind to iOS dependencies. Use FFI to bind to Android dependencies in Android Gradle to build the TensorFlow Lite library. That's quite helpful, actually. So this is actually in the changelog. That's really nice. So basically it means that Dart calls straight out to the TF Lite model processor rather than going down the route of so we got delegating of core ML and the GPU delegate as well. This is really nice, actually. I'm suitably impressed. Yeah, no, this is the stuff I've seen before. Yeah. So that's interesting though. So it's calling out direct now. So that's probably going to be your most optimal solution. However, it's also going to be a bit more complicated to implement. So the end result would be a lot lighter, easier to distribute, blah, blah, blah. But I suspect that you'll find... so I'm just having a quick look through here. Yeah. So in fact, this shouldn't even be in here. So I may suggest that this is the default plugin code. So they don't actually use plugin at all. So that can actually all be removed. What they only probably use this for is to include an Android dependency, which is in build.gradle. Let's have a look. Yeah. So it includes the two tensor. Oh, sorry, it's covered up by the question. Yeah, there we go. So so they're just using the Gradle to include the TensorFlow Lite dependencies. It also means that none of the rest of this is actually required. So that could be revised, but that's an Android thing, and same probably for iOS as well. Like they're just using it to include the pod dependencies here. So that's the external dependencies because they use direct FFI. So yeah, anyway, back to the point. TF Lite Flutter is probably the best option. This one is even older at 2 years, and I believe this one uses platform channels, if I remember rightly, to communicate. The instructions might be easier to work with in that one, but in this one, but overall the end result was probably worse for it. Have a quick look. 4 years ago
was most recent ad was add safety. That's how long ago. It's just yes.
The Android plugin has not been up there for 4 years, so I'm going to say no. Don't use this. Yeah, see. I'm already saying no, right? Because this is model specific information that should not be in here. Full stop. None of this whole parts. This is trying to run a particular load model, run model, and image. So all of this is directly accessible without all this horrible wrapper stuff with like very limited debugging and Yeah, no. Yeah, so you got your answer.
Past the expiration date. That's it. Past
Your
the
answer is TF Light Flutter.
Throw it out.
Would be the best out of the three. However, the which one called it package? Blimey, the Google ML one is like the easiest to sort of go with, if that makes sense. Right.
Oh.
I'm not sure if they might have improved that TF Light one actually.
My hour's about up, and I'm looking through
Yeah.
the questions. I don't see anything that's really toward my level. Anything that I would be an expert more than anybody else on here is. So I think I've got to get back to my project, but I'm happy to be back in the habit of being here, and I'll see you all next week.
Great
See
to
them?
have you back.
Thanks, Daniel.
And come on in more often. I am going to have to get going myself. We have a wedding coming up, and I need to go get some clothing because wearing this to a wedding is probably not a good idea.
You could totally do that and get away with it if it's a tech wedding.
Yes.
Depends on the wedding. Yep.
They'll be like,
It's
"Oh my
not-
god, Flutter!" They're all like, "People, wow, I've heard of this Flutter thing."
It's a family thing, and I have to face these people at holidays. So besides that, Lauren will kill me, and I'll be sleeping
So
outside.
I know the perfect. Wear a Christmas jumper. There you are, problem solved. You only see them at the holidays. That's only they see you in, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Where's that remove button? There it is.
Set expectations. So
Yeah, set expectations. That's right.
that's right.
All right.
All right.
Thanks,
Yes,
everybody.
that's the key to impressing
See you,
people is
Danielle.
you keep expectations as low as possible.
Yep.
All right. I will catch you all later, and
Alrighty.
I will catch you next week.
It's just you and me, Simon, for a while here.
That's all right.
Okay. So
The
we
two
did
best
this
people
one.
remain.
Check that out.
I
What's the next
did-
one? Oh, you're still working.
I did want to just quickly mention on the TF Lite stuff.
Yep.
For those that are not sure about how, like these models deal with numbers. So what you get is this kind of thing, like you're running the interpreter on a bunch of numbers, and what you get out is a bunch of numbers. Even when it's pixel data, you resample it down to like say whatever the model requires, 128 by 128 or something, and or even less even, and then those just end up being the pixel values that you're giving to the model. And then the model runs, and then you get the value out of the model. So that's all it means when it says run on image. It just converts the parameters. Quite a few of I'm trying to remember now. Hang on, let me see if I can find. There's a website. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Bear with me. Sorry. I've completely forgotten. They changed the name of it, and it's going to bug the hell out of me now. I can't remember what it is. So there's a website that that's it. Tensor. Is that the one? Hub rings a bell. It's annoying me. Models and data sets. TensorFlow Hub. TF Hub. Yes, that was it. So, okay, let me go back here, and then I'm gonna show you. So let me see if I can bring this up on the stream. So the official website for models, what used to be called tfhub.dev, and then they renamed it because it's no longer branded TF. So when you click on that, it'll take you to this page, which is called Kaggle, which is a horrible name because I look at Kaggle and go, what is this random website that I've never heard of before? I've heard of TensorFlow, so I think it's a really bad branding rename. But this, I think, is because the models that are on there are not like specifically linked to TensorFlow anymore. They're just AI models, if that makes sense. So in here, for example, let's do face. See what comes up. Face. There you go. So Blaze face, face detection, face landmarks detection. So you can choose one of these. So the mobile architecture is mobile net v2 like with customized blocks for real-time performance. Well, very nice. And what you'll get is some sort of example usage. And if you go dig down into it, you'll get information on how the data is prepared from being an image into the input floating point values that the model requires. There is that. This is the model has FP16 precision. Oh, 16-bit floating point, 16-bit precision. Wow. I'm just checking that it's probably good for a mobile one. Anyway,
Yeah.
so it looks to me like it detects. It says it detects at 5-meter range 6 different landmarks, and here is like their media pipe demo and whatever else. And if we probably go to dig down deep here, this is obviously Java, but we'll find mobile net, and there'll be some code in here. If we dig down into it, that actually does the conversion. ImageNet classes. I don't know. I'm just kind of like, okay. So here you go. Here's a good example here. So ImageNet classification. So if you use an ImageNet model, it will output a 0 to you in the TF Lite, and this is what it is. So if it's a 3, it's a tiger shark. If it's a 6, it's a stingray, right? And so I'm trying to explain, like, you're going to see this number in the output, and I think the model's not working, but you need to be able to translate the output of the model into and the inputs of the model into the various things. It just deals with numbers.
94
right?
was
so here are all the various things. So it can detect an umbrella. We're using ImageNet in using one of the ImageNet models, we just probably put in there, and it would output 879, and that means it's an umbrella. It
How
found an
did these
umbrella.
come about? That is such a weird mapping.
It's probably just the order in which it's trained, or I don't know. I'm not even going to go there.
Wow.
But yeah, so if you oh look, there's the different classifications by the looks of it. What's this? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm looking at these numbers going, I have no idea. So if it's in this range, does this mean that it's this classification? Mobile Net V2. Dismiss. Here you go. 050224 classification.
Version 2.
About this variant. There you go. Can be downloaded from MobileNet V2 pre-trained models for the image classification. So yeah, apparently is this the name of it? Is this where you can download it from? I have no idea. But yeah, anyway, I'll say here's a good example here. Look, for this module, the size of the input image is fixed at 224 by 224 by 224 pixels. In the value ranges, and expected to have a color values in the range of 0 to 1. So you probably want it's RGB. I'm assuming it's an RGB model, so it'd be red, green, blue with floating point values instead of 0 to 255. But look, common image input conventions. If I open up that link, you'll see what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. So here you go. So tensor, dense 4D tensor type, float 32 shape, batch size, width, height, width, and then 3, which would be the number of components, RGB. And then that's how you arrange your data in this format. Anyway, I digress. But if people wanted to try out some of the AI stuff, that's kind of puts you in the right direction. Sorry.
At this rate, we'll have a 3-hour show just of answering the remaining 11 questions. So we should probably keep moving. Let's go. There was some comment, and then this followed it, but this was the only one that was marked as a question. After many projects developed for mobile, I'm looking for TV, auto, and embedded devices platforms. Any guide for this or useful sources? Well, Simon, you've been doing some embedded stuff, right?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand like what the question is. I mean, after the many projects developed for mobile, I'm looking for TV, auto, and embedded device platforms. Any guide for this and useful sources? And I mean, just compile your app for web and then open up on your TV. Auto is the same thing. Just compile as an Android app and it runs with Android Auto. I mean, I don't really have any specific advice. I mean, go to the platform you're trying to run on and see what its requirements are. Embedded devices is a similar story. Most embedded devices run Linux, in which case you just compile your Flutter app for Linux. If you have custom embedded devices that don't run Linux, you can still run Flutter apps, but you have to do a custom embedder host implementation. That I would suggest you go look up Flutter Pi for a Raspberry Pi. I think Flutter Pi, it does its own embedder interface, I believe. Remember rightly, it's been a while. And that allows you to run essentially like Flutter apps on a Raspberry Pi without a Linux-based operating system, essentially like a windowing system. But yeah, it just depends on the platform. I've got no real guides as such. I mean, each of the different platforms. So let's say you're working on Samsung TVs, right? Or LG TV, right? You go look up their developer documentation and you'll go and they'll say you need to build it as a web-based product, or you need to be using this or that or something. And then you go, okay, how do I do that with Dart and Flutter? And maybe it's a case that you build your thing in like Flutter for web, and then you output the HTML and it just works. And you can use the JavaScript interface to, I don't know, interact with their operating system interface for like changing the volume or something. I don't know. So I'm sure there's plenty of things, but yeah, that's where I'd go with that.
Moving on. In stateful widgets, you dispose controllers in the overridden dispose method. What happens to controllers instantiated with the stateless widget build methods? Auto disposed or cause of memory leaks?
You don't do that. It's a memory leak.
That was simple.
So it's not. So here's the thing. If you're constructing anything, if you're constructing a controller in your build method, every time it builds the widget, it's creating a new controller. That should not be doing that even on stateful widgets. Never mind stateless widgets, right? It's the same difference on both. You just don't make things during build, because build is called to build the widget tree, not to instantiate controllers. Now, let me be clear. You can have a stateless widget, and then one of the widgets inside that might have a controller, and that's perfectly fine, because the widget is the definition of the widget tree, right? It's not the actual widgets that you're seeing on the screen, right? There's three trees. You've got your widget tree, which is your configuration. Then that builds into an element tree, which is the hierarchy. And then depending on how when your rendering is drawn, you get different render objects that are linked together from the element tree. And that's your kind of the three trees. When you rebuild and the widgets change, it reorganizes the element tree appropriately, and that reorganizes the render tree. So basically the idea is that only the portions that update get changed, and therefore you have a diffing mechanism. It's called a tree diffing mechanism, which means that only has to repaint or redraw or recalculate the parts of the UI that change. So it's a lot more efficient in that way. A lot of the time, though, the biggest, and this is always the case with all platforms, so when it comes to applications, the biggest expense is resizing a window or a screen, because it all bars off. You have to rebuild everything. You have to relay out everything. You have to redraw everything. And there's a lot of apps end up doing a lot of like. A good example of this is like browsers for specifically think about this, but they will do very specific things, knowing that when a resize occurs, they can keep certain data cached and only reuse certain data. To again, instead of bringing it at the widget level, they'll bring it level down where for example, let's say a paragraph of text is laid out. They'll know how big all the characters are, where the breakpoints are. They'll all be pre-calculated. So when you resize, it doesn't have to recalculate them on every frame. It just says, okay, what can I fit in this line, and then wrap, right? So there's different levels of caching and optimization, but caching is a huge part of the layout system. That's what Flutter takes advantage of. There you go.
Oh, all right. On to the next one.
Completely off topic there at the end, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We covered it. I have 400 bits of data. I have 400 bits of data. That's not very many. To be sent to the server. I think he probably means 400
kilobytes.
Bytes?
I think kilobytes.
Kilobytes?
I'm not saying it's going to be 400 bytes. I think because let's keep it. Maybe it is bytes, and I'm wrong. I have 400 bytes of data to be sent to the server, but my network speed was a bit slow. Hence, was getting a timeout exception upon sending the data. Could I get it? Oh, okay, yes. So this is going to be either 400 kilobytes or 400 megabytes. I'm actually thinking it's because there's no way you're going to get a timeout of 400 bytes because it's one packet.
Yeah. That's pretty much the head. That's the header is already.
So your your typical MTU, or the maximum transportation unit, is 1,500 bytes or thereabouts. 1,400 varies in certain network conditions, and that's the reason why it varies is for those extra headers, right? So it'd be the data of the packet can stay the same, doesn't get split up any further when transitioning through different network media, but the header will change. and the header of most packets, I think, is 48 bytes or 54 bytes, something like that. It's not a lot. Anyway, I digress. I digress completely. The point here, you are asking, how can you deal with timeout conditions? The answer is you deal with it by doing what's called chunked uploads. There's another name for this. Basically, you add a range header. I'm going to ask for a follow-up question. Sorry if Niro. Hopefully, I'm saying your name right. What I want to know is, what are you uploading to? Is it cloud? Is it Firebase cloud storage? Is it like Google Cloud storage? Is it your own API? What is it that you're actually trying to do? So that's what I'd ask further on. But the thing that you're missing is, let me get the RFC. I'll get the RFC page up for it. Hang on. Let me see if I can find. I know it's in. Oh my god! Standardizing resumable uploads with IETF 2023. It's still not standardized. It's been standardized in my book forever. I think this is because maybe the standard has never been ratified. So it's probably been stayed in draft for like 20 years.
Wow.
I'm guessing. I'm just guessing here because. No, they're talking about resumable upload.
We're still making this internet thing. Eventually, it'll catch on.
So, look, this is the page I'm reading. By the way, this is. This is just
the past year. I've been working with
2023 landscape. Resume uploads are fragmented. Services like YouTube proprietary. Yeah, like over the years, an active. Basically. So resumable uploads have always been a thing for some time, and I'm kind of curious. Like the standard that I've always seen has been the HTTP standard. Let me have a quick look through this and see if this is the right one. Hang on. Oops. Let's see if this is. Come on. Upload offset. No, this isn't the one I was thinking. Upload complete. This is interesting. So there is. Let me see if I can find it. It's a range header. I'm going to find it for you. So basically, the premise is
that's for downloads, though, right? Not uploads.
You can use it in uploads as well, and that's what most.
Okay.
Hang on. I think it's. Hang on. So all the cloud bucket stuff use both both Google and AWS use a standard mechanism for doing resumable uploads, and for life of me, I can't remember what the uploading in chunks. Yeah, let me see what I can find here. Sorry. It'd be nice if, yeah, I mean, see if, yeah. So let me bring this up on stream. Sorry. Perform resume. I'll put this in the chat for anyone that wants it. Performing resumable uploads. Single chunk upload, multi-chunk upload. Initiating the resumable session. So this is just say like you this is what you would call this API on the server side, and this kind of gives you a session URI that you can in the location header of the response, which you can then use to upload to, and then you'll get back a URL that you write to. So if you're just uploading a single chunk, you're just basically doing a push request to the URL that you were given back with the size in the content length, and then the data is the body, right? You can also do multi-chunk, and here you go. This is what I was saying before. You do a content length header to indicate the final size, and then content range. And content range is the magic here. So you say bytes, first byte minus the last byte of total. So this tells you what range out of the total is being uploaded by this request. So you can upload it in chunks. So if a failure occurs on during upload, it's only that chunk that fails. And then you can, and it will not consider the file written to until all the bytes have been written to. And that's how you do it. So eventually it does explain it here. If the request exceeds, the returns back with 308 resume incomplete to let you know that it hasn't got all of it. And the response contains a range header with the missing bits. So you can then upload the missing content. So hopefully that helps. I mean, it's not complicated to implement this with just the HTTP client.
It's amazing when you think at how many different networking stack layers people have implemented retransmit. I mean, at the Ether level, at the TCP level, and now this is like even a higher up level of retransmit capability. It's pretty amazing, though, to think that that's actually happening on multiple layers at once.
I'm going to see if I can find. I refuse to know that this is not in the IRC because I've been using it for I don't know how long, and
yeah.
Okay, it is in the IRC. Thank you. Right. Oh my God, that got me here. Hang on. So I've got So for anyone who doesn't know, RFC, the RFC system by the Internet Engineering Task Force (IETF) is basically the standards platform for all protocols implemented online. And this one, HTTP 1.1, which is still the de facto standard, even though even HTTP 2 is 1.1 in disguise. It's a new transport mechanism that surrounds the original specification. Still has the same headers, still has the same content stuff. It's just a different way of transporting the data in like a binary packetized interface. Anyway, so if I search this for content range, look, there it is, section 4.2. Let's have a look. The content range is sent a single part of a 206 partial content response to indicate partial range of selected representation is enclosed. In response, is this?
That's for downloads. That's not for uploads.
Well, I know, but let's have a look. Sent in each part of a multi-part 206 response to indicate the range enclosed by a body. So this is interesting. So this has been reused in the same format and the same spec, but for uploads. So this is when you've got like a partial download, like some part of content has changed, and you can just say this to indicate this bit is done. The range of bytes the sender should indicate the complete length of representation. See, so what's the range header? Is it always been content range? Why am I thinking that there's a separate range header?
I don't know. Sometimes your mind works in amazing ways. Sometimes.
Oh, shush. Anyway, so content range indicates the complete response. Some examples here of what it would look like. Combining ranges. Oh, that's hard. So when you actually look at this, like I think range. Why is that looping around, or am I continuing on? No, continuing on. Hang on. Let me just.
It's getting there.
No, I've looked around now. Okay, so it is content range, not just range.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, but there you go. So apparently there is something in the spec for it, but
okay.
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah.
Have we answered?
I'm just shocked by that. I used it for years, and I always consider it part of the spec. But officially, it's just for responses, not for requests.
Yep.
To be honest, you could do this. Put X dash officially X dash in front of your header. You put whatever header you want. So who cares?
Sure.
Anyway.
Sure. Right. Next, this one should be simpler. Maybe. I tried to render the currency symbol on Android like Naira yen, but it doesn't until it's wrapped with a default text style. It does work on iOS though. Why is that?
The font.
Fonts.
Yeah, the font doesn't have it. There you go.
Yep.
Whatever font that you're using doesn't have the symbol, so you get tofu box, right? You get the square box with the X through it, probably. Or maybe the default is not to display anything. Maybe it's the font has a space for that character, so it just doesn't display anything. This is not a Flutter problem. This is a font problem. You've got the font that you've chosen, doesn't have it. So on iOS, I don't know how you've done your theme, because you haven't enforced the font. It probably on iOS it's using the iOS default fonts rather than the Android default fonts, which has that symbol, I guess. He says here you're using Poppins Google font. Well, I'm assuming Poppins doesn't have that symbol. The best way to do this, well, no, let's say a guess about that. Let's go to Google Fonts, fonts.google.com. By the way, the way to guarantee, well, we'll get there in a second. Hang on. So was it Poppins? Poppins.
Yep.
Poppins. Here you go. And go away. And then you can do sample. Where's the typing tester? So we should be able to, let's get the, was it yen? Did you say yen? Is it not? Okay, let's do Naira. Naira currency symbol. Let's go Google that because I can't bother to know what hotkey is. Naira, Nigerian Naira. Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, even. Oh, I think I'll go. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. I just pasted it in there. There you go. It doesn't work. Now, if I go to, so now if I go to Noto, let's do Noto Sans, paste, typing tester, paste it in here. Oh, come on. Here we go. There you go. Right there. There you go.
Yeah.
Right. And that's because Noto, it says over here, Noto. Noto is Google's font for multilingual. It has every symbol. You can get, as it says here, not a Japanese, color emoji, Arabic. So you can get the font specific to a language. However, the Noto Sans by default has every language. So this is how, if you want to support multilingual, you want to use the Noto fonts. They are the best multilingual fonts at the moment, as far as I'm aware. They literally had teams of people building glyphs for every single language. I think every like UTF symbol. That's or something like that. Anyway, it's stupidly comprehensive. But yeah, Poppins doesn't have it. That's why you're having to surround your font in. If I go, what's the other one? Roboto.
Yeah, Christian's got a point here, but I think it's the problem is the reverse of the problem that most people are thinking about this. It's that they're trying to force a font, the Poppins font, that doesn't have the character.
Yeah.
Which is why it works differently.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. So I'm just saying that the font that you've chosen to use, however you've specified it, doesn't have the glyph. That's why it's not been displayed. It's not to do with iOS or iOS or Android, probably. And that's why, So if you don't specify the font in your theme, it uses the platform font. So that would be Roboto on Android and
one of those.
The name of the name of the default iOS one.
San Francisco. Oh, what is it? San Francisco.
No.
City name. It's something like. No.
I'm pretty sure that. Hang on, I'm gonna go find it because it's gonna bug the hell out of me.
That's right. Default.
No, it's Apple's. It's Apple's own font now, isn't it? Apple SD or something.
SF. It was San Francisco before. Now it's San Francisco Pro. It's a Pro. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. SF. That's the one.
Yep.
Apple SF Pro. Yeah. But anyway, the point here is, that's the reason why wrapping it with default text style widget, where you can override the font, is making it work.
Yep. Because
you're overriding the font.
Okay.
By the way, when you for those that don't know, you can actually use the icon to specify these things. That's actually the nicer way of doing it. Let me just show you guys since you may not have seen this. So what we're going to do, first of all, is see if I can figure this out. So this one, here we go. The SDK. So if I go and search for icon, the icon widget uses displays let's go on one parameter icon data. icon data is what? It is a code point and the font family. So in here, you specify Noto or Roboto or whatever font you want. And the code point is whatever the Nigerian, in this case, what was it? It was Nigerian, I forgot what it's even called now, sorry. Nigerian Nera. So if you look at this particular thing in here, you'll find Unicode probably, the one time I want it. Let's go Google this. There we go. So I just Googled it, and let's pop this in here. There you go. So that is your Unicode character reference. So this is in hex. So all you do is you can just put 0x20A6 as your parameter to the code point here. Yeah, so you're putting 20, I can't remember, A6, was that it? Yeah. So you put that as this parameter to icon data, and then whatever font that you want it in. And you'll get the currency symbol as an icon. You can control the size and color and everything else. That would be probably the better way. And then you could put that in a wrap widget along with like a text field or something like that, so they wrap properly. Yeah, you can also do another thing. You can also do is do a rich text widget with a text span, and you can supply it just for that one text span. You can also do a widget span and supply an icon with a widget span if you want to. That's another way of doing it. There you go.
I think we beat that one to death. Let's go on to the next one here. I've uploaded my application to the Google Play Store, and it's still under internal testing for the past 2 months. But I've arranged 20+ testers also per testing as per requirements. And
okay,
we're helping how?
Is there a follow-up question in the chat to this? Like,
no. This was it.
Again, there's no question here. I don't know what you're asking us. First of all, we don't work for Google. We don't work for Google at all. We're community members. So I have zero idea about why or how or whatever that of why Google might do this. We said before about this.
All we can say is good luck.
Yeah. Also, once you've done this, you have to submit it for production, I think, still. Like, it will just stay internal test forever. Like, internal testing does not mean make it production, right? So I don't know that. I've never had to do this, so I don't know what the new constraints are and how it works. But from my understanding of internal test tracks and how the Play Store works, that's just your own test track. And you still then need to submit it to being like an open testing or production track to get out on the App Store.
All right. That one. Let's move on. Is there any runtime memory limitations for Android or iOS app? Yeah, memory on your machine. It can't get bigger than that.
So you will run into a memory limit on Android before that point.
Okay.
You can ask for more memory. So let me just get you. Let me go find it for you. Hang on. No, I do not want to join the 2024 bloody thing. It's trying to duck me in a survey. I do not want to be part of an Android survey right now. Right. So the application tag in your manifest will has a lot of possible parameters that help you define application-wide various things on Android. So in this case, allow backup, true, false, allow task reparenting, true, false. Each one of these things will have a different property and use case. And in here, things like you'll see, there's the one I was looking for, large heap. Where your application process wants to allow large Dalvik heap implies processes. It only applies the first application load of a process. If you're using the shared user ID multiple processes, they all must have this option consistently to avoid unpredictable results. Apps don't need to instead focus on overall memory usage, blah, blah, blah. Basically saying you should remove the amount of memory you need rather than actually asking for this flag, right? So don't use this as a crutch to say, my app's using so much memory, so I'm going to request for more memory for the operating system. The answer should be my app requires more memory to run its normal operation. So therefore, I'm going to do this. So, for example, let's say you're doing some like large image processing or video processing or something like that. You need more memory. Then you would put this flag on your application. There's also, I feel like there's another way, and I forget what it is off the top of my head. But you can go look up this flag, and I'm sure you'll go find lots of information on Android large heap, and that would put you in the right direction. I don't know about iOS specific off the top of my head. Let's see what comes up from Google. Apparently, yeah. Latest iOS and iPad 15 betas allow apps to request access to more RAM.
More.
So, yeah, apparently kernel increased memory limit. It indicates where core features of your app may perform better with high memory limit if on supported devices. So, looks like there's an entitlement that you can add. So, you add this entitlement to your entitlements file, and then it basically indicates to the operating system that you will you can have more memory. To increase the memory limit on available on some devices, call this function, and to determine the amount of memory available. There you go. So, yeah, what's this? Extended virtual addressing entitlement. I'm guessing you might need that as well. This is probably more about games or something. Yeah, for example, games that memory map assets to the stream to the GPU. This is so that you can access maybe 4 gigabytes of memory rather than 2 or something like that, which is it's about memory addressing, virtual memory addressing. I won't go into it right now. Can't be bothered. All right, have we got more?
Christian actually is answering the previous question here.
Oh.
Google policy said it must run in closed test with the 20 testers, but internal test is a phase before that, and maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Again, we don't know what you're getting.
So if you open up, that actually does sound right. So if you open up a closed test track, you can promote your internal test build to a closed test. And when you build your closed test track, you can select the same testers from the test list as your internal test track. And they will automatically be promoted upwards if they've already got installed from internal test. But again, read the guides. That's always the answer. Read docs.
Okay. Next. Anybody got experience transforming a bottom sheet to a full screen page, either by dragging all the way up or programmatically?
I have. You asked if I have experience. I have, yes.
Next question, or do we?
Sorry,
Mark, for doing the coding, because I don't think we have a live coding thing.
We can do live coding today. I can do that.
Sure.
So Jessica actually wanted us to do something, and a couple of weeks ago, and we've been meant to get to it, and then it hasn't happened. So I do want to do that. There was that idea of also doing. Let me just make some notes here briefly. It was. Ooh, my screen's got funny. That's interesting. I've pressed a hotkey and I don't know what I pressed. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, no. I'm seeing white space in my IDE. This is terrible. How do I turn off? Do you know the one I'm talking about where you can view white space characters?
No, sometimes, maybe.
Not sure. Let's find action. White space. View activated show white space off. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
You know, when you start seeing the paragraph character and dots for spaces. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yes, no, definitely.
Just no. Okay. Right. So we were talking about saying, so we got Jessica. Let me go find Jessica's question so I can bring that up on the stream. She's not here, I don't think. So I'm not sure.
Jessica, we were trying to get on earlier today.
Yes, it is, yeah. I'm trying to I guess I'm gonna show her question. I will copy and paste it. So that's one thing. And then we said maybe Win32 shaped windows. And what we do now, this was, sorry, I'm just making some notes.
This one here.
Sorry, I'm listening to the stream. It was, transform bottom sheet. It's annoyingly, annoyingly, the bottom sheet is, the inbuilt bottom sheet stuff is just, it seems to get in my way. Whenever I want to do anything like this, it's more problematic than it is actually good, if that makes any sense. I can't show you the code that I've previously done, but I'm going to just find it for reference. I've done it again. My white space viewing is turned on again.
A frequently pressed key somehow.
I don't know what I've done. I've done something. Or maybe it's turned on by default at the moment. Active editor. I'm sorry. Show white space. Oh my God, that was turned on. How did that get turned on? Thank goodness. All right. Anyway, right. Where was I? Yeah. You wanted to make it so that when you that you scroll up, it expands or does some sort of animation thing. Let me see what I can do about that.
Okay.
Bear with. Are we any more questions coming in?
We've got two more, and then we can go.
Let's bring up the next one, and then.
When I build with obfuscate split debug info, I can't read the crash logs on Crashlytics.
Yeah.
So that's expected behavior.
So the Firebase command line tool has a upload Crashlytics to Crashlytics debug file. There you go. It literally tells you that in the guides. So let me go grab that for you briefly.
Let's read the fine website directly to the person asking the question.
It's on the documentation page. Sorry, I'm not trying to be facetious, but let me bring this up. Here you go. How to read Crashlytics reports in the dashboard, Flutter, grab your project, uploading your symbols. If you use split, blah, 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 do this. So apparently you can add the dependency, and I think it does it automatically. There you go, like that. There you go. This is it. Firebase Crashlytics symbol upload app, and then your Firebase app ID, you get that from the Firebase console, and then wherever your symbols directory is from your split. And it talks about here. How do you find it? You get it from your Google Service JSON file or the project settings in the dashboard. So I'll pop this link in the chat, but that's the answer. You just do that. If using the split debug flag, there you go. So you need to also run this command in the CLI. Hopefully, David, that answers your question. Next.
And the last one, and actually it's for you. Can you update us on the 3D engine? Are you waiting until they get Impeller?
I'm still waiting. There you go. Sorry, there's not much more to add to that, really. I guess I'm just still waiting on the Flutter team to
finish.
Yeah, I guess to kind of
exactly. All right, we're off to live coding for some amount of time now, if you wish.
Maybe we can do that bottom sheet thing. So I think the first things first is if I don't do Jessica's thing, she's gonna hung drawn quarter me. So I think that's the first item on the list.
Okay.
Right. Let's see. How do I want to do this?
Oh, happy Valentine's Day, everybody, for those of you in the US.
Indeed. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
My parents We're married on Valentine's Day, and I was born exactly 9 months later. Go figure.
Something telling about that one.
Learning the math.
Joe, you need to learn the math of everyone. Go from your birthday 9 months back and see what date it is. It might perhaps be a parent's birthday.
Yes, right. That's possible too. However, my brother and I were born on exactly the same day, but 1 year apart. And so I know something about the wedding and the first anniversary, way more than I should know. Yes.
Okay, let's go for broke here and just get this in. I'm going to plug a device in. Maybe that'll speed things up a bit here. I do worry about running an emulator, streaming the screen, doing the encoding of the broadcast, and like just everything. This is like,
Yep.
If I could do less, I will.
Well, you have a good, strong gaming machine that you're running, right? Isn't that all like
Gaming? Oh, my gaming rig. No, it's not.
I thought all
Actually,
PC.
I just got a new laptop. That's something that I quite like. If people are curious, I did a lot of research to find like what I felt was like the most appropriate like cost, performance, compatibility, like always, you know you have to spend the time doing this kind of stuff, especially if you spend that amount of money, right? Let me just see if I can grab the link for everyone if people are interested. It's totally not that model. Give me a second. I had the page earlier. I've lost the link. I bet if I type it in, it will just pop straight up on my history. B540. What? Oh, 1.5. That'll be it. There we go. Tech specs. If anyone wants it, I'll share it on the chat here. It's only 1.2 kilograms. It's like super thin and light as well, which is one of my like kind of bugbears with like laptops. So it's kind of nice.
1.2 kilos. That's like 15 pounds, right?
Oh, shut up. What is it in American talk? Us and the rest of the world have some same measurements. 2.8 pounds.
I know. I was goofing.
No, I know, but I mean, is that like considered heavy for a laptop where you're from in your neck of the woods?
That's fairly light. I think mine's about in that ballpark too.
I saw a laptop. I was looking at one of the other ones that they have. So the reason why I chose this one over another one was that this actually you can expand the SSD in memory. A lot of the new laptops, if you want a lightweight laptop, just like the MacBooks, they just solder all the memory in. You just cannot upgrade it or change it.
Right.
And to get longevity out of a laptop, you need to be able to upgrade it. So for me, it was like the perfect kind of mix of those two things. But there is you can get a similar model of laptop from Asus, and it's let me take that out. Can I hear you still? That's the question. Can you say something?
What?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, good.
Yeah. No, I was just... Oh wait, it's cutting in and out. I wonder why is it? It's cutting in and out for me. Weird.
That might be
I know
your
what
end.
it is now. Yep,
Okay,
it's mine.
Good. Okay. So what was I saying?
Weight of a laptop. We were talking about the weight of a laptop.
I know, totally off topic. You can get a 990 gram laptop. That's like, I don't know, that's like 2 pounds, I guess. I don't know, something like that. Which is extremely light. Right, back to where we were. Let's get some coding going. If you want to take a break now before we get going too far. You have been warned. We're not going to stop to the end.
My machine is 2.1 kilos, 4.7 pounds for my laptop.
So
it's about
that's
the
what
same
I'm saying. So mine's half the weight of yours.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, right. You did say that. All right.
1.2.
I can't do math very well. It's just still too early in the morning for me to do math. Actually, I'm never very good at math anymore.
Let's fast track this. I'm not going to copy
Gotten
paste.
spoiled.
Let's just copy that. I don't know. So all the code that we write on the stream will be uploaded to the old GitHubs once on gists once we're done.
Yep.
I'll increase the font size. Sorry, I forgot to increase the font size. I'm not going to bother restarting my IDE. Did that not increase? That's because I probably had it open. Hang on.
No.
Yeah, there we go. That doesn't seem like it's the right size.
That's tiny. I can barely read that.
28. No, that is the standard size. I swear I put it at.
Wow.
Do you know what it is? It's because this.
Mm.
Is that any better?
Oh,
I can work it out. I don't mind working it out more. There's only so many characters you can get in a line though before you start.
Yep. Well, you only need 80.
I normally have the IDE larger size. I'm not going to change it because it requires restarting the IDE to get the correct sizing. So, but the code is the main thing here, so that's fine. So, okay. I'm gonna start with Jessica's stuff first, and then we'll go from there. So let's get rid of all of this stuff from the other example. We're gonna just fast track this and see where we get to. So all the code as it goes up on GitHub. So on my gists. So anyway, right. Let's do green actually. Right. Let's see if we get a green app running. Yes. All right. So in the meantime, whilst that's getting booted up, so Jessica was asking a question. She said we have a list of cards. Let me see if I can bring this up on stream. So,
okay.
Here we go. Make it bigger. She said we have a list of cards with a list of linear progress reviews from users. We have one card with 5 reviews, one card with 3 reviews, but the cards need to have the same heights. We need to calculate the card that has more views and set the height for all cards. Making sense. Roll the eyes on the floor.
Yeah.
We already implemented the video production, but the guy that implements the build with current context, size, height. Oh, Amy, what happened there? Am I back?
Your network is cutting in and out. At least relative to me, you were cutting in and out.
Yeah, I think that's because Android is building. So just give me a second.
Okay.
The Gradle decided to just eat up all my resources for a second there.
Yep.
The Gradle what happened. So apologies there. Right, so we have a little green blocks. Let's bring that up.
Okay.
And so all right. So this brings back. So the video that she sent me was this. So let's just take a quick look at this. So what she's saying here is these progresses, these sort of reviews, they're in this. I'm going to stop it halfway through here just to show. So the point here is because it's a vertical scrolling content, because it's vertically scrolling in terms of the view, but then it's horizontally scrolling to calculate the two component sizes. You actually need a fixed constraint. And that means you start calculating. So we're going to get into this in the layout. I'll do a basic sort of Boxy layout just to show this. But yeah, the problem here is to get this to lay out right, you kind of need to do that. Now, there is some shortcuts to this that we can take with standard widgets to do a similar approach. So let's just crack on, and then we can see where we go from there. So first of all, let's do a child list view builder, and we'll have the item builder return aspect ratio. This is just to kind of get some mock content. I can't remember what I was doing one before. Was it 0.9? Probably 0.8. Let's see if we do this, how it looks. Let's do some. Maybe my original idea was right. Yeah, 1.5. Okay. So that's just kind of give us some scrolling content to kind of match this kind of original concept. And at some point in the scrolling content, we want a horizontally scrolling list. So there's a way for us to mock that. Obviously, you don't want to do it this way probably, but let's say if we're on index 1, well, we want to return, say, an aspect ratio, slightly different aspect ratio for now, say 2.0, and child's going to be a placeholder color red, and that's just enough for us to just see it on the screen. Is everyone following along? Hopefully everyone is. All right, there we go. So there's our red box. That's independent of the other ones. Let's make this, let's do that 0.8. So, okay. So you might have some content and it's slightly different from the rest of your content, blah, blah, blah. This is where it sits. So, you know, if we want this horizontally scrolling, we have a constraint. We have basically a constraint problem here. So if I say child is a list view, another list view builder, and inside this one, let's do, I'm just using aspect ratios just to kind of get this working. This is not the solution, but just so we can see the content. So if I do this, what we should see is, oops, let you press back by mistake. And then, oh,
Yeah.
There we go. Try that again. Oh, little good example. Actually, I want to show this. So the debug connection is still open to the app because the app hasn't shut down, but the activity has. So when you go back, it reloads. So this, some people don't know this. It reloads with the very first version of the code base it was deployed with. That's why it's gone green.
Wow.
So hot reload, it doesn't reload from the last hot reload because hot reload is temporary in memory, which a lot of people don't realize. So if you want to test offline behavior of your app, you have to run it once, shut it down, and then next time it loads up, it'll run with that code base. But if you hot reload, those changes are lost, right? So if I have a hot restart, it will be exactly what I expected, you see? So just give people that explanation, because again, you have to know about Android to know like some of that stuff, right? So if you're ever wondering why things weren't behaving right when you hot reload, hot restart, it could be that. Anyway. So you can set this to horizontal, and then what we should get is a horizontally scrolling list. So the red X is behind because that's for this component. And the size, it's interesting. So the size is slightly off because I've set this one as 1.0 and this one's 0.9. But if I make this like even smaller, sorry, other way around. Let's do 1.5. Okay. So that's just the background, right? So let me get rid of that placeholder in the background just to clean up what we're seeing. So there is our replication of sort of like that kind of content that's being viewed in the video. So we've got a vertical scrolling list with a horizontal list on the inside. Now the problem comes in, this list, as you can see here, if I go back, is one might have 3 in it, one might have 5 reviews, one might have X number of reviews. And this content needs to be the tallest of them all. Are we following that, everyone? Right. So this inherently is a problem. There's a couple of different ways of solving this. So
Boxy
Boxy wouldn't solve this, actually.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
no. The problem is one of okay, let me explain what the problem space is, and then we can look at solutions. Okay. The problem here is if I had 100 reviews in one and 5 in another, and then I scroll to the so this first panel is, say, if this first panel is 3, and when I scroll over, the next one has 100. Well, then that's going to be a really bad experience, because when you scroll down on the list on the 100, and when you swipe left, you get a blank screen.
Yeah.
Right. Which is not what you want. Right. So practically speaking, this is not the right UX, right, for what you're actually trying to achieve. What you would want to do is have a maximum of, I mean, you can do this anyway, still the same problem, but definitely have like a maximum of what can be visible on one screen. So you're never going to go higher than one screen that's visible on the screen for a start, and then have a more, and have something that you tap on it loads a new screen with just the reviews in it, right? And that can just be a normal list view then, right? So so that sounds sorry, I just saw a phrase comment that's like to the Majid's book. That's because Majid's book is full of awesome content and everyone should buy it. See? So at that point you're like, well, how many widgets are we actually going to display then? Because having the widgets in a column or having the widgets just there is probably just as beneficial as to not have them there, in which case you don't actually run into necessarily these kind of problems. So let's get into this. Let's get into this. So basically, the problem at the moment is that I'm putting these aspect ratios there to solve the layout problem of the fact that the outside list is unconstrained in the vertical axis. So when the aspect ratio widget here is asked to measure, its vertical constraint will be unconstrained because it's a vertically scrolling list. It has no bounds, right? It's infinite in nature. So, but it has a fixed horizontal width in this case, the cross-axis width, and that's where aspect ratio comes in handy, because it goes, I just need one of them, and it can work out what the aspect ratio should be, the width and height. So, based on the width of this much, 1.5 means the height should be this much, and it's solved for you, the constraints. However, this doesn't solve the again, back to the original question. The point here is, if one of these lists has 3 and the other one has 5, well, we need the height at the outside to be the one with 5 in it, and it still needs to be able to scroll left and right. Are people getting the problem here?
And Simon, I have to stand up for a couple minutes to get my hip to be okay. I'll be right back. I'm still
of course. How do we calculate the height? We can't put an intrinsic height here. And again, when you scroll left and right, we don't want it to change its height. And so we get into a problem where you actually want all of the widgets laid out. Now, as long as you're limited in the way that you're displaying that, that's not a problem. In fact, now we get to a problem of, well, I don't even need any lists. It's that simple. So if you want something to scroll, you can still scroll with a box model without going into you can solve this without too much hassle. Anyway, so first of all, let me think about this. There's a couple of different ways. So as Jessica was saying, the original code was to ask it to lay out, then calculate the height of each one of the entries, work out the overall height. So that would be, like, in this case, the 40, 20, 20, 20 there. Like those entries, it would calculate the height of those widgets by after layout asks them. So it lays out once, calculates the heights, and then it gathers that you know you did not get the problem. Okay. Well, the best way I can do this is probably just for us to mock it and then a bit further, and then to explain what the problem is. Because no matter what way you do this, you're gonna get constraint problems. So all right. Basically, we also want to then move this out of the problem space, out of what is currently there. That is out of the build layer, put into layout, and then that solves it. Yes. So annoyingly, there's not a great way of actually there's new widgets. I'm tempted to try the new widgets but I haven't done this before, so we could try it. Should we? Oh, I want to try it. Should we try it? Should we try some new widgets? Let's try some new widgets. Why not? So custom scroll view, first of all, that's our basis. And in custom scroll view, it's going to require some slivers. And we're going to want a sliver list. And our sliver list is going to require delegate, sliver, child. We're going to use a builder. So I'm basically, let me explain what I'm doing right now. I'm going to take all these box model widgets, convert them to slivers. And then we're going to see what we can do from there. I don't know. We're going to see. I'm not sure if this is going to solve the problem or not. So we're going to find out. So this is the outside list view. And in here, we want to have this same logic in here. And then, no, this does break things because this is going to want a return. No, so no matter what you do, so there is no sliver scroll cross-axis scroll, which is kind of what we want here. Maybe we should make one and submit it to the repo. That'd be fun. Anyway, right, all right. So let me explain what the problem space I'm trying to deal with here. If we convert it to slivers, we get a better control over some of the stuff. However, if you have two different scrolling axes, that is not using the two-dimensional scroll stuff. That's not the right answer for this. But two separately independent scrolling axes of widgets. You're saying this is a sliver, and then the items inside a box, and then there might be another object in that original sliver list. However, that's scrolling an opposite axis, which means it's a separate custom scroll view. It's converting, basically, you're making a box back into slivers. There is no scrolling in two independent axes in one sliver group. You can't do that. The framework, that's not how slivers work. So I think let's come back to the original problem here. I thought that was
Frey's got a point there.
What's this?
Frey's got a point, maybe.
Can we create all widgets and tap into their render box layout function, get the largest, and set as a fixed extent sliver list? That's essentially what the original author is doing. And yes, you can. The question is, like, at what point do you want to do this, right? And the real point here is one of what's the best way of putting this?
And he follows up with this.
Yes, you can. You can. Well, there's ways of doing that kind of stuff. The real problem is again, it's that kind of notion of how do you deal with the fact that you want to in essence, you want to deal with unlimited scope in your layout. But by nature, if you do that, you're laying out too much, right? Especially in this scenario, because this scenario, maybe I'm not explaining myself clearly on. Let me see if I can do something here. Plus 0.2 times index. Maybe that can give me just a little bit, maybe a better example for people to see what the problem is. Minus. I know. Hang on. Yeah, and then I'm going to need a... Oh, this is not going to be nice. I don't know. Let's just see. Let's see what happens. It's not doing what I expected to do. Maybe I've got this wrong. Yeah.
Math again. Oh my god.
Math.
Or maths, as you call it over there on the side of the puddle.
Yeah.
Not math, it's maths.
Why is that not doing what I wanted to do?
They're all the same size. Shouldn't they be changing size somehow?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, what's happening here?
Maybe you want two.
I know it is. I know it is. Hang on. This is not. Well, let me again. I'm trying to fake like the actual problem without crashing the UI, so you can see what I'm trying to explain.
That would be handy.
Let's get rid of that. Oh, apparently that's how you crash the UI. Why is this not doing what it's told? What the hell?
You're not often stumped, so this is amazing. We can mark this day.
I'm not. I'm. Yeah, I'm a bit like, why is this performing the way it's performing? I'm expecting the height of the widget to be half. I can do a fraction size box instead. That should also do what I want, I think. That's what I want. Oh, sorry. I know what the sorry. Okay, I know what I was doing wrong there. Align's height factor and width factor, for those that don't know, are the child based on child size. It's the only widget to do that for a reason, because you normally want to align based on the child's dimensions. Where a fraction size box is essentially a line, but the width and height factor are based on the parent size.
Wow.
Got that, everyone? Okay.
Yeah.
So if I go back to doing what I was doing here, which was 1.0 minus 0.1 times index to clamp to 0 and 1. This is just me doing a demonstration. So there we go. So you get like, I'm getting progressively smaller. Let's do a larger step. Let's do 25. So this is essentially what the problem might be, right? Like we want to cope with the fact that you might be scrolling and then, you've got some content with a varying size height. So to calculate what the maximum height is going to be of this scrolling content, you need to then calculate the height of every single one of the possible bits of content you're going to scroll across to. Now, when you do on a list view, when you do shrink wrap, it shrink wraps in the direction of the axis. So this would shrink wrap, in this case, on the horizontal, not the vertical. So there's no solution built into the framework that solves this layout problem. I've coded a couple of times. This is, you want to shrink wrap on one dimension, but also allow something to scroll, right? Basically, the quickest way of dealing with this, what is the quickest way of dealing with this? Let's make this It's not going to work. I'm not thinking straight. Hang on, let's sort of go back to the problem here, and then take a stab at what the best way is. So I've got a couple of different. I've done this kind of thing in the past. I'm just trying to think what the best solution is. So the matter is, you're going to need to go across, and you're going to need to calculate the size of all the entire layout that you want to scroll through. Just it's the only way that you can calculate the height. Or you say, okay, what's coming on the screen, what's visible, and then you change the height appropriately. We already did that before. We did this really custom layout with, in fact, I think it's in here, isn't it? Page view, scroll, something like that. What was it? Bottom sheet. It should be in here. Do you remember we did that like bottom sheet that you could scroll through? It would animate.
Right. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it, because it's a similar thing to what we want to do here. Bottom sheet, animate bottom sheet, host. Oh, that sounds like, is that something we made? It sounds like something we made. I called it blah, I think. Yeah, this is it. Animated bottom sheet host. This is it.
Right.
So maybe let me run this, and then you can see. Yeah, let's run this, and then you can see what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I may drop out a second if it needs to recompile. We'll find out. Just so you can see what we're talking about. It's a similar problem, but not the same. Also, was it Frey that wanted to look at transforming the bottom sheet? Was it?
Yeah, I think so. I'll look back.
This is also something similar to this. Is Frey still there? Oh, Jessica's here.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Jessica. Ah, that was the day we did the bottom sheet. That's what reminded you about the cards. Oh, okay. That makes sense. There you go. So, yeah, so here you go. Look, when I scroll left, there you go, it gets larger. And I scroll right, it gets smaller. There you go. So that's one way of dealing with this. But of course, it's obviously on a bottom sheet, but the same problem persists. If you were to do this inside a list on the screen, it would be fine. But at some point, you need to count. In this case, we're calculating the width of the height of both these two independent things. And if you notice here, they're all getting laid out, all three of the boxes. So as much as we've done this, it's not actually a solution. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear about that this, although that this is doing its thing, here's the animated bottom sheet, and it's doing a custom layout, it's still well, this is the way I was thinking we could solve it. What do I do with the custom layout here? Do you know what? We could probably drop this in and it would solve the problem. I guess I made it that good. But should we find out? Should we find out?
Okay.
So we got this partial height layout. I'm going to import that into the other one, and then if it works, we'll consider it a step further. So for the minute, let's copy this.
It's great when you get to steal from yourself.
I know, right? You're like, oh, I'd already fixed that. Wow, I didn't realize.
Right.
All right.
Seems like it should be a solved problem. It seems like it should be a solved problem. Yeah.
I did solve it. Oh,
yeah, I solved it. Right. That's how it was. I actually had that happen once when I was trying to do something in Perl about 6 or 7 years ago. And I thought about the problem and I went, I know this has got a solution of some kind. So I Googled it and I have 255 of them. My magazine articles are online. And it landed on one of my magazine articles. How do you solve this?
Do you know what's weird is when you do, I think I did what did I do? I did like I had a problem that I'd already solved in the past. I Googled it and I found someone answering it and saying you should use this person's stuff, and it was Mike.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh
yeah.
That's happened as well. I was like,
if you have enough longevity in this industry, that it's bound to happen. You're starting to refer to your own stuff.
You're about to trip over your own self, right? Anyway,
Yeah,
all right, let's do this.
it's like the Schwartzian transform keeps popping up everywhere, and it's like, oh yeah, I kind of was there for that. I kind of made that happen.
You made it happen. Just made it happen.
I was answering somebody's question in a hurry, and I didn't explain it. And one of the other trainers explained it and added as the final step of it. Now let's go back to this Schwartzian transform, and that's how it got its name. It wasn't. I didn't name it. I'm not that vain. Not like that, anyway. And but
Yeah.
It's
That's what they always say.
became a standard in the Perl industry and also in a bunch of other places as well. So there's a Python version of it, and there's a couple of other equivalences in other places. In the language D, which is the successor to C, there's a Schwartz sort actually named after that as well.
So you're named to fame now.
It is committed. Yeah.
Never gonna be able to get rid of that off the internet. That's it.
No, I know. Right next to my criminal conviction.
So let's run this. He says, let's run this up. So I'll explain. So scrollable is the built-in system widget that's behind all scrolling content. Custom scroll view, list view, box scroll view, single chart scroll view, all those ones that you normally use. Underneath it all is a scrollable. Scrollable, its only job is to interact with the mouse, interact with the touch points and update a viewport offset. This is also the thing that controls the scroll controller, right? So the scroll controller interacts with the scrollable to achieve that scrolling effect. There we go. We got a layout problem. Bum, bum, bum. Null check. Yes, that would be the case, wouldn't it? Maybe we're not passing. Are we passing over the offset? I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, we are passing over the offset. Okay, I'm not expecting that error. Let's go to the top and see what we're seeing. Box constraint forces an infinite height. I know. I'm guessing that's why we can't do height factor. Oh, we don't want a height factor in this case, right? Because we want to we want the content to be sizing itself based on whatever the content is. Yeah. So no, all this now, and what we actually want is a height. Remember, this bit inside is our demonstration content, right? So this is however high it's going to lay out to be, right? So we'll do it's a minimum of 100 plus 10, I don't know, 20 times index. This is just so that we have a bunch of different size boxes. There you go. Look. Oh, that's cool. So for those that are not sort of following what's happening here, so the first blue placeholder here is being placed at 100 in size. Let's do something like 300 minus here just to sort of indicate this. So if I scroll left, you'll see what's happening here with the overlap at the bottom. As the second widget comes in, the list gets smaller to cope with it. See that?
It is actually working the way you want.
Yeah.
Wow. It just looks weird in the transition because it's
and I mean that's because what we don't have here is I just wrap this with a clip rect or something. I think you can clip behavior here, clip dot hard edge, that's fine. And now what's going to happen is it will well, the problem here is that's interesting. One cut and peek a minute. Why are you not clipping? It lied to me. Interesting. So, I mean, we don't have a color. Let's just do yeah, it's changing the painting order appropriately, but yeah, it's transparent. I don't know. It's not really, the clip's not applying right now. But that, I don't know. I mean, if I made this a larger difference, let's say this was 100, 400.
Oops. Negative minimum height.
Oh, I didn't clamp it. Let me clamp this to. I'm just, this is way too many entries. What?
Just laughing at you.
Eh? What's going on here? That's not the right answer. Why are you 0 in height? Did I forget my upper limit? No, 0 and 1. That's correct. Oh, 0 and 1. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, you got 1 pixel maximum. Yeah.
No, that's me. Sorry. Anyway.
There you go.
Whatever. This is only me doing test content. Yeah. So as you can see, when you scroll across, it does a differing height until we get 0, because I allowed it to have 0. Let's do 10. No, maybe a bit more than that. 60. I mean, you know, it works, and you won't get any like layout problems from that. But again, the problem here is that we built all the children, and then the partial height layout widget that we built before will essentially lay out all the widgets. So this works out. Where is it? Perform layout. Determine which page of content that we're in. We go through all children and ask them to lay out. And then this calculates the possible width. And we need to know that because it needs to know what the content dimensions are for it to scroll. So how do you know how wide you need to be unless you can calculate the width, right? So if we would say this is like 5 pages or 5 items and they're always going to be the width, then, you know, this is viewport width, right? So you can shortcut that by calling apply content dimensions without layout. I think you have to lay out all children, don't you? They're attached, and that ends up being a sort of more a more complicated layout proposition. You can do it, but it means that what you end up doing is you're making a custom element, which is probably out of scope for our time that we have allotted left. Share the code. This code is already shared. That is the answer. Let me go find you a link. How's that? Bear with. See if I can find gists. Do you remember where we shared this? It was like section scrolling. Was that the one? I don't think that was the one. To be honest.
Page something page something bottom.
Device orientation, wizard buttons, rolling lists, video player,
host, bottom host or something. Bottom host.
Name tagging. Oh, that was a cool one. What's the date on this? I didn't put a date on this blah one. I don't even know where it was. That would serve me right, wouldn't it? Oh, animated partial height sheet. That sounds like the one.
That sounds like it. Yes,
that sounds like it. Let's have a look. Partial height layout. That's the one. I'll pop it in the chat for those that don't know. So this is a custom widget we built previously, which you use it inside a scrollable, and its only job is to work out based on the offset of where you are on the scroll what height should be based on the children's height. And this is exactly what this is doing here. And this is what you do in terms of doing your own custom sort of layout solutions. There is another way of solving this that perhaps is simpler, that doesn't require a custom layout, but you can't do this effect, right? You can't change the height of the list as the content is scrolled, and that is you can just use essentially a row and calculate the height of the child. And I mean, you're along the same sort of problem that you need to set the content height of the scrolling content. So this could easily be, you can't do a single child scroll view, but you can do it with a custom scrollable like this, which is a row. I mean, you know, if you just want this to be, can you do it without a layout builder? So could you limit? So the question is, could you limit laying out that only the visible ones and the next ones or the next two or both sides? And the answer is, Frey, yes. And that's what I was saying. The problem here is the requirement of Flutter's layout system is anything that's attached to the render tree needs to be laid out, right? It needs to be laid out during the layout pass. If it's not been laid out, that you'll get an error. So let's just try that. Maybe that's changed. Maybe I'm wrong. But if I remember rightly, that you'll get an error if you don't lay out a widget during a layout. So let's try it. Let's say if widget, if layout. Let's reverse. Okay, let's test this, right? So let's have it print the calculated height.
I've seen child needs layout before as an error message. I presume that's what you're talking about.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah. So that's calculate 400. That's a bit small, just so I can see. And then what we're going to do is we're going to reverse the order of our sizing. So it's 400. So we'd have a minimum of 100 plus 50 times index, and we'll get rid of the clamp. That sounds about right. I don't know. So we start off from smaller and get larger as we go, right? And you can see it's changing the height here. So we could whack that all the way up to 10, and it'll just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as we go, right? That's the largest one so far, right? So the point here is, if we keep getting bigger, we're down to about there. All right. So will we get a layout problem if we'd say, if we, let's restart this, bring this up just so I've got a known position. And then let's tell it not to lay out from indexes 5 onwards. Yeah, they're not on the screen, they're not visible right now, but let's not lay them out, right? So over here, if I is less than less than 0 index, less than 5, then we lay out, right? So what's going to happen now is, there we go. See, they're not visible because they're not been laid out.
Right. They're sized though, so it's not blowing up.
That size is quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, it's somebody must be
Oh, that's
passing that.
dry. That might be a dry layout pass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember what the default case is for that. Do you know what? I'm not gonna go there right now. It's not needed for what we're doing.
I've got a hard out coming up.
It is interesting, but I think that's just because it already been laid out once. So if I restart, there you go. See the errors? There we go. That's what's wrong. And all these errors are going to be. Let me clear the log and hot restart again. I'll make it bigger. There you go. Failed assertion has size.
Yep.
So this is mainly because we're trying to get the size of the child. So I wonder if we do this, I wonder if that's gonna. I'm assuming we're gonna get. Yeah, we're gonna get anyway. Basically, any widget that's is any render box that is attached to the layout should be removed. Now you can solve this. You can actually solve this, and it's exactly how slivers work. Slivers work by not attaching the render objects and only attaching them when required, or making them when required. Right? It's not a problem to be solved, as it were. That's really the wrong way of saying this. The point is, this is the correct way of doing it, right? You're only making the widgets and the content where you actually need them. Right, so inside it probably won't be in this one. Let me show you an example of this. What's the best? What's it called? It's going to know me. Try and remember the name of the particular widget I'm looking for. Let's do
what does it do? Maybe I know.
Viewport, that's the one.
Okay.
So viewport is a multi-child render object widget, which is the key. And this viewport is literally the underlying system of every sliver system. That's it. That's in so it's scrollable and viewport together. You can see here the child is slivers. And if we look at remember, this is just a box widget, like any other box widget, right? Render viewport, just like any of the other ones, and update render object here. Damn it! There's. I've done this so many times before, and what was I doing? Was it in here? Might have even been in here, you know. I don't see it there. Old. Maybe it's an old. I don't know. I did like a scrolling grid and explained how this worked. I even did code for it.
Maybe you could look for this for next week's show.
Yeah, I will. I mean, it's interesting. I feel like we have gone off topic here, actually, but for the life of me, I can't. Anyway, the point here is it is quite interesting. If I go down this path, what this is actually doing is really complicated. I don't really want to get into it right now because it's just going to confuse people. It's really high. It's really low level and high knowledge. But when you have a let's think of a multi-chart. Let's say a row. Well, that's a flex. Right? So inside one of these multi-chart render object widgets, you'll find that it has a create element. Hopefully, where is it? It's not multi-child, is it? This is going to bug me. I'm sure it is. Have I just missed it? Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what? It's actually the underlying widget. I know it's this. Multi-child render object widget is the one I'm looking for. Sorry.
Okay.
Here it is. Create element. So what this is going to do is this multi-child render object element is the bit that actually detaches and attaches the render objects. Here, look, insert render object, move render object, remove render object. So this is the bit of code that actually manages the render object tree on behalf of this element, on behalf of the configuration. So this works out the configuration, tells it to like forget the children or add the children, inflate the various children. So this is the magic. Now, you don't have to do it in this mechanism. In this case, when this widget is mounted onto the hierarchy, it will then go ahead and go to ask it to inflate each of the widgets and into their elements, and then attach those elements, and then make up the underscore children parameter, which is all the elements, and then update similar premise. But this is just like the interface in front of where is it? Container. Let me find it now. Yeah, I mean, even I'm not going to get into slots. However, I think it's kind of like an interesting topic we could explore if people are interested for next week, doing like custom elements, because there is practical need for it. And this is the type of thing that you get into when you're trying to do this kind of thing. You get into this point where, doing that kind of low level, I'm going to control what widgets are attached to the screen. This is what to Frey's remark is, we're having to calculate the height of all of these widgets to calculate what we're going to scroll to. And the point here is we only ever see two, right?
Right.
So we only ever need two attached to the hierarchy. So if we manage that attachment based on scroll position, right, then magically we only need that that bit viewable on the screen.
It needs to be something like what List View Builder does, because that's also got just these nearby widgets as well.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? But the problem here is that it's the cross-axis is the problem, right? And so in this case, we want it to be fixed. So the current widget system of scrolling does not allow you to flip the axis. So let me just explain this. Imagine this list I'm scrolling left and right was a vertical scrolling list. Then what we're saying is the height would be the height of the screen. You with me? Of each element.
Right.
Something you just don't do. Right? It's the inverse relationship of what a page view does. And that's the problem. It's just not built into the widgets. It's not something that's done. And yeah, I've wanted this. There's several different layout problems that come into this. This could really be a nice new set of like widgets or extensions to the current widgets in some fashion. But it is something that's quite low level. So when you want to do it, you need to know. I don't know if there are any. I'm pretty sure Boxy doesn't do this, because Boxy is a resolution over multiple widgets that use Boxy, and again, they have to be attached. It doesn't go down to this level. Anyway, what was the other point? So we didn't really get to into shaping, transforming a bottom sheet. So this one, let's briefly touch on this, and then and we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I have to leave in a couple minutes. So
I mean,
I have to leave. I guess.
So let's spin this up. Whilst it's doing that, we can crack on.
And do you have any new code that needs to be published? Because somebody was already asking if there's.
No, I already published. As I said, it's the same as the old code that we brought up this week, right? So I've just linked that. The thing here is the partial layout, right? Like that. That's the thing that does it. It's got a scrollable in there. You can see how it's done. This is just a rehash of that. And yeah, there's nothing really there in that example. Okay, so I've signed up this is example 2 with the same example 1 code for a second. So let's make some changes. Frey, are you still there? I think Frey was asking the question about bottom sheets, right?
Maybe. I forget. Yes.
Yeah. Cool. So the point here, so let me explain what I believe Frey is trying to do. You have a bottom sheet, and it covers up a bottom portion of the screen. And when you scroll, you can scroll the bottom sheet up and it will expand up to fill the screen. Am I right in thinking that's free? Was that the original question? I mean, you can do that with the built-in stuff. No, wait. Exactly that. Oh, well, you can kind of build that with the inbuilt stuff. It's kind of annoying though. I mean, pardon me. What you essentially want to do is you're taking 2 points or 2 numbers, right? And you're saying, make this very similar to what we were just doing with the layout, right? You're saying, go from this point to this point based on the scroll position. The way that you want to do that is up to you. So, for example, when you scroll the scroll view, you can say, there's actually some simple ways of doing this. I'm just trying to think of like some nice ways and some not so nice ways. I'm going to show you a complete hack, but I think it would do exactly what you want, Frey. Okay, and it's super simple and easy, so that's always nice. So first of all, so let's make our color of our content behind black, just so that we get some contrast here. And then we're not going to have a list view. In fact, you can actually do this with a list view. I might do that just for the fun of it. Oh, do I dare? Do I dare? I think I will. So it's super simple. When you see this, it's a complete trick. It's an illusion. What I'm going to do now is an illusion, but the result is what you expect. So let me just do it, and then you'll see. So
if it's close enough to fool the client, who cares?
I know, right? Let's do that. So
ship it.
I'm going to use a layout builder briefly, just because I'm going to hack it in together. And I want to limit my time, but there's ways of removing the layout builder. I just can't be bothered with it right now. Right. So what we want is the first item in the list, and you can do this with a. Do you know what? I'm going to do this with a single chart scroll view, just because it's easy to read. It's easier to read than doing some weird indexing stuff. So, but you could do the same with a list view. Obviously, if you want to like have recycling content in whatever you're scrolling, this makes more sense. So let's put the height of this. Let's have a size box in here with the height set to, say, I don't know, 70% of our outside constraints. So max height times 0.7. And then we're going to wrap that in a absorb pointer. We can also do a different type of gesture detector and do some other things. And then underneath this, we can have let's do a decorated box. Let's grab this, pop this up. And inside the decorated box, we're going to make it look like a bottom sheet. You could do a piece of material. Maybe let's do a piece of material with a rounded rectangle, rounded border radius. Dot only top left radius circular 12 top right, and then we'll make this white. In fact, we'll make our background blue, and I'm going to wrap this in I'm just doing some stuff to make it look nice. It doesn't actually function to anything that we're actually doing here, but it makes it a bit more visible as to what we're actually doing here.
I've got another meeting I got to get going, but I'll see you next week, I'm sure.
So top right, where was I? And then inside here, I'm going to mock some content as being a sized box. Obviously, you can do like intrinsic height, all sorts of other fun things. And then the height of this to be, I don't know, let's say 7. Well, I want to make it large. Let's do 1,000. Why not? And put a placeholder in that as well. Oops. All right, so did I start the wrong one? I've started the wrong one. Oh. I mean, we'll get there in a second. Yeah, you're not starting with the bottom. Yeah, you do not. So the point here was, yeah, we're not starting with the built-in show model bottom sheet. Yeah, basically. Now, when I show you actually how you can navigate to this, I'll split it up into 2 bits. So when you realize it's not, bottom sheets are not what they're all cracked up to be. Like again, the one that's built in, we're talking about one that's like, it's there for, what's the word? It's there to meet material standards. Like, doesn't mean you have to use it though, right? Let's make this a bit more. And you can also use the theming to get the sizes and stuff, but so I can drag this up. See that? And if I click up here, he says that didn't work. I'm not happy. Why you no work? Why you no work? Is the question. Let's see if I can absorb the particular. I think it is, but it's not absorbing the entire pointer movement. Why are you not giving me this on vertical drag, isn't it? On, oh yeah. See, I have a feeling that this is going to cancel on the outside, takes precedence. You can override that behavior. Let me just check something. I've done this before. It's annoying the hell out of me now. Oh, you know why? I know why. I think I know why. I need to make it opaque. Hang on. It's interesting because this should be capturing the one time I want to. I've done it before, like this. I know I have. Let's just try moving this up a level and see if that makes any difference right now. Okay, that worked. Interesting. I wonder if it's literally just because of the fact that it's transparency, and I absorb pointer needs it not to be transparent. Let me try something here, just out of curiosity, because I was going to do this anyway. This is going to add the scrim. I want to. Let's see what happens about ads. Ah, that's the problem. That makes more sense. Okay, I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's going to work now. Okay, I'm pretty sure of it. Get rid of that junk. He says, and then it fails. Why is that not working? Yet the gesture detector opaque does work when it's here. And yeah, it didn't have a width. That'd be one of the. It's always the way. I'm kind of curious though that this is not. Hopefully this now has a width, so we should see. I'm essentially trying to absorb the vertical drag on the top half. There we go. That worked. Yeah, that worked. Okay. A little bit of a sneaky. Yeah. All right, so definitely document that because it's people might delete the widget again or it's not being used. Now, if I get rid of this scrim, we should still not be able to do it. Good. And then my thought here was to wrap this with a. I don't think you can do a color box with a chart, can you? Oh, you can. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. There we go. Cool. So, okay. I can scroll this, drag it up, drag it back down, drag it up, drag it back down. I can click in the background, but can't drag. And then if we now transition this widget out of here into a little widget of its own, and we'll call it, I don't know, info. I mean, we could even make a wrapper widget that does all this behavior. So we could call this like scrollable bottom sheet, right? I don't know. Do this, chuck it in there. And then in here, we have the content, final widget child. And then what we want to do is have a, let's say, class. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a info page. I don't know. Example page, example info page. Right. Just to explain where it's at. And then on here, what we're going to do is have this. Come on. There we go. You can get rid of that. So static info pop up, maybe actually. I don't know. Bottom sheet. Right. I'm going to do many things. Many things are wrong with a built-in draggable bottom sheet. Not only its complexity, but it's absolute ball ache to do anything. Like you have to use percentages for what's visible and what's not. What's this? You literally have zero control, and it just adds complexity when you see how simple this approach is, right? You'll see in a second. Let me get to what I'm actually doing here, and then you'll see what I'm going to do here. So this wants a route, so we do page route builder. Right, let's do this a bit more. Let's go down here. I'm probably going to be using quite a few things here that a lot of you may not even used yet, so pay attention. You might learn some things. Feel free to ask questions as well. All right, so let's draw a little line in the sand here, as it were, just so we're aware of what is what. And then, so we have our whatever bottom sheet thingy me bob we want to do down here, whatever the layout is. We have the scrollable bottom sheet. We're going to create a route to launch that with whatever child content that we want. And then that's going to call this page route builder, and it's going to call that builder. Okay, that's generally the approach that we want to use. Now, we want a scrollable bottom sheet to surround our content that we're building. We could also pass in some parameters to this route. So in this case, when we want our example info bottom sheet, we can say push scrollable bottom sheet route. Right, and that's going to be to this widget itself. This is my whatever the bottom sheet is that I'm trying to show. Dot. Yeah, right. And then this is complaining because this is not typed. There we go. Is that right? I don't know. Let's find out. Future, where is it? Future void, sure. Oh, async. There we go. That's one. And now what? Interesting. All right, well, whatever. So let's put a missing comment. All right, so basically what we're saying here is when you do example bottom sheet info dot show, it's going to push a scroll bottom sheet route with this content of this widget on it, right? So if I go now up here, this is the old stuff, and we're going to make our blue screen with a stack with a placeholder, get rid of our layout, bottom sheet layout, and in place we're going to put in here a centered. Let's just put the alignment to center by default. I think it's top left by default. And then we'll just put a elevated button. Right, this is just a test. So something that might launch show sheet. I don't know, show sheet. And when we press the elevated button, we want to say show context, right? Makes sense. Hopefully it does to most people. Nice and simple way of doing it, right? So we can get rid of that scroll controller. So our home screen ends up being a blue screen with a placeholder, like you see here behind, and then a button in the middle that says show sheet. When you press that, it's going to show the bottom sheet. It's going to use this material page route builder to build it. This is given a child of the content, and then we want that child to appear here. All right, so now we've done that. If I go back up to our, instead of our container, I'll put our size box with a placeholder in there. So in effect, this is going to look exactly the same as what it does right now, right? Let's put a, let's make that slightly different just so we know it's working. And then we'll say colors.red. There you go. So we have a red X. Right. So restart. And we have a hot reload problem, something like that. Constant. There we go. Child. Oh, yeah. Right. We'll get there in a second. Hang on. There we go. So, you ready for this? We press the button. Bam. There it goes. Now we need a way of dismissing this and going back. And also, we've lost the opacity. Now, all of this is because of the way we launched our route. This is all perfectly reasonable and fine and the correct behavior. So, when we build our route up, we want to say, is it opaque or not? So we say false, it's not opaque because we want it semi-transparent. And then if I restart and now I press this button, bam, it's exactly what we expect, right? Now we can go one better. So we have our scrolling content and we want the background to fade in, this color box to fade in when the page, when the route scrolls fades in. So first of all, we do have a default transition duration being applied here. We can extend that to whatever duration we want. So I'm gonna extend this out so it's better on the video right now to 1.5 seconds. So hopefully it comes through better on the stream. But you probably want this around 300, 350. So now we're going to get an animation, a secondary animation that are related to this. Now we could put our there's a couple of different ways of actually getting this animation from within the widget. So for example, we're going to want to have the bottom sheet animate up from the bottom of the screen. And we can do that based on changing the size of the size box at the top here. So remember, there's a hidden size box here that's pushing this down. So if we do this correctly, then what we can do is have it so it's height of the screen going to 0.7, right? So let's do that. So we're going to wrap our size box in an animated builder. And then the animation we want it to listen to is modal route of context animation. So this gets the surrounding route of the context. Hello. And in this case, we're going to, I know it says it's going to be null, but it's not. It could be, but it's not. So now we're going to be listening to that. We now need a builder. And basically this builder function is going to rerun every time that animation changes. It's not going to give us the value of that animation, but it's going to rebuild. Now, if we take the animation out here, we say route animation. Just saves us from having to reference it all the time. It doesn't, the of here is not going to, that when the animation changes, it doesn't rebuild this widget. That's not what of is doing here. It would rebuild if the route changed, as in like we would somehow replace the route. Anyway, exclamation mark, right. So there's our route animation. And then inside here, we want to return our size box, and then our height of our size box is going to be this. Let's bring this up. Get rid of our child. That child, the whole idea of having the child there is if you wanted to pass through a child. So the child that you put in the animated builder gets passed through here. So they don't have to rebuild a whole child subtree, right? Anyway, so constraints height. So we want to go from 1.0 to 0.7. So we want to say, we can say 1.0 minus 0.3. That is the remainder, right? To from 0.7 times our route animation value. So there's a little bit of math there, but basically the premise is this goes from 0 to, the animation value goes from 0 to 1 during the opening. So that's going to go from 0 to 3. So the end result is 70%. The starting value is 100%. So if we restart and I press it, whoop, up it comes like that, just like that. Now, if we could also, it's always animation double. Please feel free to ask technical questions. Yes, you can. And then from a perspective of if you wanted to give this a nice curve, you can do a curved animation, and the parent, on the parent, given a, we'll give this a easing out cubic. Sure, probably ease in cubic actually. There is, you can go look up the ones from the framework. I don't remember what they are. Anyway, right. So that did work. It's really slow now. I don't. Maybe decelerate. So maybe that'd be better. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think given that and the duration of 350, let's see how that feels. Ooh. No, that doesn't work. Way too quick. Let's do ease in. Try again. That feels better. We can play around with this forever. Anyway, so we can scroll it. I mean, we're going to do this. Now we want to tap on the scrim at the top, and we want it to dismiss. So we should be able to do an on tap. Gesture detector. And if you tap on the scrim, then we want to do navigator of context pop. Right? There's an expression. So hopefully, restart. Let's try this again. Tap on the button, up it pops, tap in the background, and away it goes. See that? And we can scroll it. And now with that black background popping in, it's a bit obtuse. So let's make that nicer. So there's a couple of ways we can do that. We can obviously get the route animation and animate the color based on that. It's quite a viable way of doing it. I think that's nice. We could also move the color box up into here. And then that's kind of another way of doing it. So you can move it up into the page builder. There's actually what's called a transitions builder, which is what you're supposed to use for optimization by the framework. If I can find the parameters. So let's go and dig these out. I thought they were the same. Oh yeah, we get the child, don't we? Yeah, of course. So what we can do in this case is we do colored box, and the color of our color box is going to be one thing, and then our child is passed across. So our color can be a let's see, color. What do I want? I want a color tween of beginning at colors dot. Okay, it's very important. Color. If you're going from white, you can't use transparent. Let me explain. Because when if you look at the color of transparent, it's actually black with zero transparency, not white with zero transparency. So what's going to happen is if you would animate white with color transparent, it would look like it gets darker as it transitions through, because it's going from black to white, but with the transparency going as well. So the actual color curve goes to gray in the middle, not transparent, and like not semi-transparent anymore. Anyway, doesn't matter. The point here is be careful of that one; it can trip you up. So what you probably want to do in a lot of places is use whatever your color is, like black with opacity 0, right? Which is essentially what transparent is. But if it was white, you'd make sense. Trust me. Anyway, so we're going to go from colors.transparent to end on colors. Colors.black. And we're going to go black. Black 54. Okay, so we've got a tween. We now want to animate that tween to get the final color. we're full of great tips here. Right, and that is another annoying thing. So we've got an animation of color. Let's now wrap our color box in animation, animated builder. Yes. And our animation is going to be, well, there's a couple of different ways of doing this. Hang on. Evaluate, sorry. And then let's put this over here. All right, so so we're going to create a tween, go from transparent to black 54. When the animation of the route changes, we want to reevaluate that color based on that animation's progression. And we're going to pass through the child to this child that's going to pass it through to the child. So we're only rebuilding what's required. Annoyingly enough, there we go. That'll do what we want. So I'm doing it this way to get around the fact that color tween has null as a value, which I get because you may not have a color set, but it's also really annoying. I really feel that there should be a version of color tween that expressly does non-nullable, because there's all the places where you want to use color normally is not nullable. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, so now we can get rid of this color box here. And to restart, let's see how it goes. I actually want to ease in out. Let's do ease in out. Right. Try again. All right, press it. Up it comes. Make it go away. So now the scrim is fading in as the animation comes up. We can scroll it to the top. Now, we kind of want it so that when you can scroll down and it will dismiss, right? Is that what you want, Frey? So not just tapping on the outside. If you scroll down, you want it to dismiss, yeah? I'm going to wait for an answer on that one. How much time? Oh, I'm over. Way over. Yeah, okay. Let's try for gold and see if we can do that. If not, it can wait for another time. So let's get rid of that debug banner because it's not in the hell out of me. I see it now. Spoiler. Right. So right. So the way you deal with that is with an overscroll notification and allowing for overscroll. So let's see if we actually get an overscroll. If I remember rightly, we need to give it the physics behavior of I'm trying to remember stretching indicator. Come on. Yeah, so we'll get with the clamping one, you'll get it. I'm not sure about the default iOS one, so I'm going to leave it like that for now, and then we could fiddle with it. So we're going to need the scroll controller now, and it means that our we got two options here. We can pass the controller in to the bottom sheet, and then we have to manage the scroll controller on the outside. Meh. I mean, for the most part, since we got a bottom sheet, let's be contained. So I think let's add a controller in here. I did copy it earlier, but for this exact purpose, but I can't remember. Oh my god, that was too long ago. I could have just typed it by now, couldn't I? Yeah, it's not in the history anyway. Too long ago. Right. Controller. We could do one of those things where you could optionally pass in a controller, and if one's passed in, then we don't make one. It's very similar to the text view, text field widget where it builds a controller. If you don't pass one in, I'm just gonna say, yeah, we're gonna need one. We might have to get away without one. Since I'm halfway here, let's see what happens, right? But if you don't specify, by the way, if you don't specify primary false here, it will go and get the primary scroll view from the hierarchy, the scroll view controller, which is probably not what you want. It's because you can put like a scroll view inside each. That might actually work to our favor. Each route gets given a scroll controller, and that allows for some of these kind of things to occur. Do we want to take advantage of that? Maybe. I'm trying to remember where it is now. Primary scroll. Oh, there's scroll controller being imported in. So let's search controller. Yeah, that's not controller. That's not the scroll controller. It's animation controller. I'm just thinking about making a custom route now and saying, oh, we could override that and do some other fun stuff. But let's not go there. Yeah, primary scroll controller. Animate builder. What is this on? Is this on modal scope? Dismiss action. Ooh. Barrier dismissible. Yeah. We're kind of being sneaky around how we're dealing with that. And the reason why we can't use barrier dismissal, by the way, on the route itself is because we need it so that we can scroll up. So we're making this fake space. And we need this to not be tappable. So the barrier, basically we absorb the tap so it doesn't go into the scroll view that surrounds everything. And in doing that kind of illusion in terms of how it looks, it means that the touches no longer get to the route itself that's behind. Anyway, so there is a primary scroll controller being made for us as part of the route. But I don't think that's going to... all the new gesture navigation stuff is in here. Oh, I'm not going to go there just yet. I need to do some research on that. Right, let's go back to where we were. Let's just hook into what we want. So we have a controller. Completely going off topic here. We're going to use that controller. Now we can do a couple of things here. One way of dealing with this is with a notification widget. If I can spell. And we want a over scroll notification. And I'm missing my no, is notification listener. Oh, yeah, that's the one I want. Sorry, I digress. There we go. That's it. Notification listener. I'm getting there. On notification. So what this is going to do is it listens for scroll events bubbling up from the scroll view. Let's put this notification, and then we're filtering it just on this one. We could filter on notification, the base type, and then we'd get over scroll, scroll up, scroll down, scroll update. There's a bunch of them. But this means we just get the over scroll ones. So if I print this and say over scroll notification, let's see what we get, shall we? And then we need to return if we handled it or not, because it won't continue bubbling up if we handled it. That's what that's all about. So if I go to the debug view here, and I'm going to make that font larger, show bottom sheet, scroll down, scroll up, scroll down. Oh, look, that's interesting. What went wrong is the question. That should work. Yeah, basically. Why are my events not bubbling up? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, why are they not bubbling? What's going wrong here? Hang on. I wonder if there's something going on with the layout builder there because of the different subtrees. I don't ever remember seeing that as a problem. But, maybe. Is that my... I've never had this... I should be seeing loads of scroll events here. Scroll... Hang on. Scroll notification, which extends notification, right? Viewport notification, check that changed, extends notification. I should be receiving all notifications being bubbling up. Maybe. Oh, because I'm not even seeing one. What the hell is going on? My brain does not compute. What are we missing here? Let's go. Let's go take a look at the documentation. That's what it's there for. I mean, there are other ways, but like, I want to know why this isn't working. See whichever way, shall we? No, how'd you miss it? Yeah, no, exactly. According to that, it should be working. How about that? Yeah, exactly, right. Let's see if there's anything about single child scroll view. And I mean, I've never heard of this problem before. I feel like I would have come across it. Let's just see if notification is mentioned anywhere in here. literally the whole point of these notifications is a notification that a scrollable widget has started scrolling. It comes from the underlying scrollable widget. This honestly feels like a framework issue. It's just too simple. Here's the scrollable. Here's the notification listener. Okay, can we do this another way is the question. Let's have a look at how scrollable is dispatching its notifications, because I forget. Oh, look, it literally says, look, scrollable, scroll notification listener, which can be used to watch the scroll position without using a scroll. Yeah, if you don't want to use a scroll, it doesn't matter if you specify it. Did we hot restart? Oh, that's a good question. Did we? Yeah, I did. You got, I mean, yeah, I did. We did. And you got me for a second. I was like, hey, wait a minute. I could rerun from the ground up, but I can't see that changing this at all. I think, do you know what this, no, see, wonder, I feel like maybe that there's a like global way of disabling them. Is it like a notification dispatch, right? Send a notification. I mean, here's an example, right? So look. It's not helpful. Where's, oh, this is dispatching. All right, let's scroll. Was an example in notification listener? No. I mean, you saw the example from the video, and it's crazy. Why don't we try? Let's have a look. Notification example. Flutter code sample for notification. So what's this? How's this supposed to work? What is the point of this for? Oh, look, scrolling has started, scrolling has stopped. Oh, there you go, look. Scroll listener. Simple as that. Do you see that? It doesn't matter. So you just put above your, whatever the scroll view is, in the tree, notification listener, scroll listener, on notification, boom. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to copy it right out of the documentation, paste it in there, and see what we get. Because I'm at a loss as to why that is. I'm really confused. I have to be honest. Print, build. Let's just make sure we're getting like debug output and we're not like, I don't know. Oh, you're kidding me. Has it been working all this time? And maybe when I stopped and restarted, we stopped getting log output at some point. It's working all this time. We just can't see the debug output. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Oh well, we're there now. So yeah, we should. Let's get back on topic here. Once it's built. Right. So we should see build in the log. There we go. There we go. Scrolling has started, scrolling has ended. Right. Okay. So back to where we were. So we want to say overscroll. Overscroll. Notification. And notification. And let's do print notification. Right. Let's get there. Right. Save. Clear the log. Let's zoom in and oh, look, we overscrolled. There you go. So fix metrics, overscroll into a negative. We could put a, yeah, so they want to scroll down, overscroll by 60 with that velocity. I mean, as soon as I drag a little bit down, we're overscrolling. I guess maybe maybe it's about us toggling a flag to say overscrolled, and then when we get a scroll end, if it ended with an overscroll. Yeah, okay, so let's do that. Let's do that. So let's call this scroll notification. So we're doing like a bit of gesture detection on scrolling, essentially, right? So we're saying if the notification is overscroll, oops. That's, I don't know why I copied that. Anyway, so if it's an overscroll, else if notification is a scroll end notification. Let's get rid of our build. Let's store a parameter to say all should close, should dismiss. And then we'll set should dismiss to true if we get a negative overscroll. So if notification dot overscroll is less than 0, then should dismiss equals true. Well, in fact, let's just set it to that. And then if we get ended and should dismiss is true, then we'll do a navigator of context pop. All right, let's print those notifications and see if the plan works. Restart. Clear. Click. Okay. Scroll up. Okay, that worked because we overscrolled in the positive, and even though the scroll ended, we didn't actually dismiss. Scroll down. Yes. So if I dragged it down, then let go, it dismisses now. So it won't dismiss if I drag it up. Oh, okay. Hang on a minute. Interesting. So if we drag it down, it's overscrolling. Then we drag back up, we get a scroll update, and when we let go, scroll end. So scroll end doesn't actually give us. So I guess we want to say we do else if notification is scroll update, and if should dismiss, then set to false. I guess if it's in a certain direction, right? If it should dismiss and our notification is delta is greater than 0 on the y-axis, I don't know. A. What's the problem here? Unconditionally, is it nullable? Okay, I guess. Oops. All right, let's try that bit of logic. Up, drag it down, drag it back up, let go. Good. Drag it down. So I think there's also an amount of velocity attached to this, right? Because I don't feel if you dragged up and then you flicked down. I don't know. This kind of feels nice because it's only if it hits the breakpoint of like 70% with the velocity of the scroll. I think that's a way too easy though. So overscroll -12. I mean, the thing here is if you open up the sheet and then drag down. So I guess maybe you could do another thing, right? Where you're saying if the scroll position is less than that height, pin to that height, and don't. Then if you overscroll, then it gets. So you have it like lock and pin, and then the next time you try and drag, it will dismiss it. But I think we're going to leave it here because we could go on and tweak this and change it. But this feels really smooth right now. And I really do like this code. It's super simple, to the point. I wonder if the clamping scroll physics actually makes a difference. I don't know. Yeah, see, I'm downward flinging, right? So I'm going to scroll up, I can scroll down, and it stays there in the position. We don't have a lock or pin, so you can actually pin this, right? So when the distance is half the white space, maybe it pins up to the top. It wouldn't be too difficult to do like this kind of thing because you're just animating the scroll, right, to a certain position based on the height, and we already got a number on that. So this feels really nice and smooth, though, I have to say. We could also, I put the height of the content when we to 1,000, right? But if I was to be so inclined, we could have that set to I kind of want to put like some text in there and show how it would change its height. You could just do intrinsic height on this. It won't make any difference. If I get rid of this height, we're not going to have any height at all. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe placeholder has a default height. Oh, no, we have 70%, don't we? What am I saying? Yeah. So there you go. That's the maximum height. So it does a, oh, I guess it's a aspect ratio of 1. Anyway, so yeah, you can see here it works with smaller content, even if it's not larger content. I mean, I already feel like I've just created a better scroll view than the one that we have. I know I fixed the 70% mark in here. So you could actually do, we could actually have, you could parameterize that pretty easily. Let me pop that in here just because that is a customizable parameter, right? So we can say like open position, open fraction. Sounds about right. Whoops. Oh, down there. And then I'll post this up, and then we'll finish the stream off for this week. But hopefully that I guess that's how much we want to open. So like 0.3. Yeah, because the remainder is what we're not seeing, right? So we can pass that over on the route. Make it nullable, and then when we build our widget, where are we? Here. I don't want to hide it down there. I'll put the default up here and make it non-nullable. That's probably better. I know the default specified in 2 places. That's because you might want to build the scrollable bottom sheet widget outside of our own route builder. I wonder if the framework would ever do that. Sorry. It does piss me off when there's so many private classes in all the dialogue routing stuff. It does just immediately, as soon as you want to use like, oh, I just want to use the layout for this thing or that, it's like it's private. It's, it's non-extendable. It's like the complete opposite of composition. All right, so pass that over, and then down here where we've got the 0.3, pop that in there. Now it's programmable. Isn't that nice? And then we want to clamp that anyway to between 0 and 1, just to make sure no one passes in an invalid parameter. I guess we could make this look a bit nice if we say fraction. Right. Cool. So if I go back up to our little example, our info widget could then say, show, where's my, did I do a show? Was it build? Oh, it was build. Route, yeah. So our route could have a named parameter of open fraction 0.5. Look, open fraction, yeah, right. And that's going to be half the screen. There you go, half the screen. Oh, that's interesting. I've lost me over scroll. Is that the clamping scroll physics I added in there? I wonder if this is the one. Let's do restart. Or is that the 0.5? Oh, it's content isn't scrolling, is it? Because the height of this and the fraction is larger, so there's no way of dismissing it. Well, that's interesting. Well, there's ways around that, and I'm not going to deal with it right now. Let's make our content for the example larger. Then 50% plus the height, which is the difference. There we go. Now it scrolls, and we can dismiss it. And then I'm going to put that clamping scroll physics back in. It should be clamping scroll. What's the one for iOS bouncing scroll? I mean, it might work. I'm not sure I prefer it, but let's have a look. So up, yeah. See that you go up and then it bounces out of view, right? Which is not exactly it bounces when you get down. Well, that's interesting. It bounces there, and we don't get the overscroll, do we? You kind of want to bounce in one direction, and then on second bounce, do something else. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, clamping scroll physics is what it should be, right? All right, up, down. We could. I'm going to make one more change here. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to fool around with it. Let's just. Yeah, I was just thinking that you could actually have it so that the bounds of what it does, what it gives to the builder, are based on the size of the laid out content. That actually makes more sense. So in here, we have our where is it? Our constraints max height. Where is it? Yeah. So this is going to be unbounded, but we want the material to probably have a box constraints around it. Sorry, constraint box. So constraint box of we could do constraints dot copy with, and basically we want to set the min height to 0. Max height will be whatever it is on the outside, and then the width constraints are passed through. Sounds like a good idea to me. It's going to be stretched out anyway. Although it's not required for it to fill out the bottom. We only require the gesture detector to fill the width. We don't require the bottom panel to fill the width. So I'm kind of curious what would happen if I put a width on this, on our content, of say, I don't know, 280. Fills the width right now. And then if I get rid of our stretch and instead we was to wrap this in a line, we can put alignment top center, pass it in, see it looks the same. min width 0. There we go. Look at that. That's interesting. We could take that, you know, a step further. If we get rid of this gesture detector, yeah, that's no longer working. I don't want it to scroll the view when you're up here. That's because it's no longer filling the width. So the way you fix that is with a size box. In this case, I want this one to scale the width, but not the one at the bottom. Oh no, that line should fix that. So we can put thou, actually say it again, we can put our scroll, our cross axis back on here. So both the align and the gesture detector fill the width. And the align centers the child. So let's do this again. Press the button. I can't scroll up here, which is what I want. I can tap to dismiss, but I can scroll when tapping on the panel. And then this alignment we could also change to be parameterized. I think that's a good idea. Widget alignment, sheet alignment. Why not? We probably want sheep decoration as well, and then get rid of the material. It doesn't have a drop shadow. You can do a lot of things to kind of expand this stuff, right? Let's just send this as another parameter, sheet alignment. Cool. And that way, if I wanted to, so that's in the center, we can now override our bottom sheet with sheet alignment top left. Sheet alignment, that's what I called it, right? Sheet alignment. Oh, I didn't pass it through the interface. Right, not interface, what I'm talking about here. We don't like having to double up on these parameters. We could just make them required without defaults up here, because if you're going to use the widget this way, that's like non-standard, and you don't get the defaults, and you're required to specify. And that way, we're not doubling up on the default values. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now, if I restart, now it's on the left, and then if I just change this, so this won't, because this parameter is passed across when the route is built, I have to dismiss it, hot restart it, and then now it's on the right. If I was to change this whilst it's running, like top center, then it's not changing, right? It's not until the widget reopens back up that it's going to be in the new position. We could change that and have that specified a different way, but then this wouldn't be we're not specifying it as it would be parameters on a widget, and we can push the widget builder up a level. Anyway, for the moment, this does the job of what we're looking for. What else do we want to do? Let's get rid of that width. I'm going to comment the width of our demo out. So that should take it back to full width. There you go. Cool. Right. I think that's a good stopping point. Let's do... just to give a bit of contrast there. Right. I think that's it. Thanks for joining us. I'm actually, let me post this now in case you want to get hold of it. I like that. I like that animate, which we've got animated bottom sheet. Just call it that. Bear with. Animated bottom sheet. No, let's give it the name of the session so I can find this file again. Damn it. This one. Is that the one? This sounds about the one. And we'll call it animated bottom sheet. And bottom sheet example. No, custom animated bottom sheet. That sounds like a better name, just to show people that it's not using the framework built in. Please bear with, and I'll post the link. What's today's date? Today's date is the 14th of February. And now I have lost the YouTube. Let's grab this. Okay, create public gist. There we go. So it is posted up online, custom bottom sheet, and I'll pop that link in the chat. For those who want to take a closer look. So yeah, that is as is what you see here, working away. Pretty cool. I like that. That was a good little bit of code, nice and simple as well. I just realized what I'm missing. I know what I wanted to add to this. Oh, one last thing. It's going to make the world a difference. Not. I wanted to add an elevation of 8. Let's see. I'm not sure if that's making any difference whatsoever. In which case, I will just ignore it. But let me see if I can get this to behave the way I want. Okay, and then let's see. There's no you know what? It's because shadow color. No, see the elevation is pushing down, not up, and we want it's a particular type of shadow. What we actually want in this case is a box decoration. It's a decorated box. I'm going to change this now, and I'll update it just briefly because this does actually make a difference to how it's displayed. And then we can then have an override for the decoration if you want it to look differently, like that. Sorry, shape decoration, shape, rounded rectangle, border, and then can we put a clip on this? That's interesting. Yeah, we're gonna. Oh my goodness me! Clip path, clip border, clip. I'm forgetting which widget is the appropriate widget to do in this because I know there's inbuilt clippers that do what we want it to do. In fact, I've used them before, but I can't remember what they are. What uses a custom border as a clip shape? I know there's like a shape clipper. That's what I want. Shape clipper. Shape border clipper. That's it. Let me pass the shape. All right. So what we can do is have a decoration that's passed in, have this as the default decoration, and then we can clip to it. So I'm going to copy paste this for a second. Yeah. No, I'm going to take it out. Hang on. We're going to completely disregard that in a second anyway. But just so I can get this working the way I expect, I have two brackets. Right. Save. Looks zero difference. This is what we want. This is the expected behavior. I don't want any difference. All right. Now, because this is a shape decoration instead, we can add a shadow, a box shadow. And our box shadow can be whatever we want. In this case, we're going to have a blur radius -4. A blur spread radius of -4 and a blur radius of 12. We don't need blur style. Color, black. I'm trying to remember if it has a default color. It doesn't. Okay. All right. Let's do that. And see what happens. It made all the difference in the world. Okay, so what I've just done is added this shadow that's at the top of the widget, which does actually make the difference when we talk about how it's tweaked, but also it means that we can customize that, right? So what we're going to do is take out this decoration, pass it in as a parameter. So again, with the default stuff, we could have a decoration default material, default bottom sheet shape decoration. Default bottom sheet decoration. And then we're going to move that shape up, wherever the hell I put it. Okay, so the idea being that that's our default way that we want it to be visible. We pass that in as our decoration. And then the idea is if an end user of this wants to override the look and feel of the pop-up sheet in any way, shape, or form, they can just override the decoration. And that could be a shape decoration, box decoration, custom decoration. So now we just pass this in as a parameter to our scrollable widget here. Probably open, that order. I'm putting in like a prioritized order, right? So we want Open fraction is probably what most people are going to change, then decoration, and then sheet alignment. Open decoration, yeah, open fragment, decoration, sheet alignment. And then we're going to pass that decoration on. Okay, whoops, click down. Where was I? Pass that around. Yeah, so that's passed in there. Open fragment, decoration, sheet alignment. And now down here, when we actually want it, we can say widget.decoration. And specifically, if we do clip path, we can now say if widget.decoration is a shape decoration, then we want to use a shape clipper with widget.decoration.shape. Otherwise, we could further decide on what clipper to use. If we bring this out into a private member variable, into a private variable, hence a single decoration, we could then have something like a clipper make that nullable. I can't remember what the name of it is. Hang on. Don't click right. What is the? Are you just going to tell me you can't? It's just like built in, because that's just annoying. Default clip. So how's that game? Box shape rectangle. I feel like I'm just overriding the default behavior here. I don't really. Maybe we should just be choosing the right widget, and just that might be easier. Let's go back to where we were. What are the widgets that extend custom clipper? Really? All right, fine. Do it from here. Shape border clipper is the only one which has a shape border. All right, fine. We're going to always have a clipper then, and then it's going to be, if it's a box decoration, then it's a shape border clipper. Okay, let's put this down here. Yeah, and then the shape is what we're trying to define. Get rid of this. Okay. Obviously, we haven't specified if you want to clip it or not, but probably you do. All right, so then this is a board custom. No, it's a border, wasn't it? It's a border. is a shape border. That's one. Shape. All right, so we've got shape decoration, then shape is decoration.shape. And then if it's not, then our shape becomes a rectangle border. Rectangle. Well, it's not that. It's just box border. I forget. It's not box border. Is it just border then? That's where it is, border. All right. So we should just be able to do border. And it doesn't have any nuns, but it defines a shape. All right. And then what's the problem with this? Shape border. Nullable, yes, because if it's not there, if shape's not null, then we want to use it. Well, yeah, because if you specify a custom one, we don't have a way of getting the custom shape. Yeah, you would need a custom clipper for that. I know we're going a bit way too down the rabbit hole here. Anyway, right. So now that's done. If I go back up to our thing, we can make transparent and black. Let's see if that's okay. Let's see how it looks. There we go. So now we've got a nice drop shadow. It still clips. I wonder what happens if we do 54. Let's see if it will still come up nicely on that. Yeah. Gives it some depth. Don't know if it's worth it for the extra code, but it does mean that you can customize the shape to whatever you want. So that's kind of nice, I guess. All right, I'm going to update the I'll do that now. Where's my GitHub thing? Edit. Update. All right. So the latest code is up there, including the shape stuff. Let's check. Yep. On the same gist. So thanks everyone for joining. And I bid you adieu. Have a good evening, good night, and all that jazz. And I'll see you next week. Same time next week. Bye.